Доброе утро. Доброе утро, по крайней мере, в европейской части нашей планеты.
Good morning, at least it's morning time in the European part of Russia. So, welcome to our discussion on SARS-CoV-2 pandemic in Russia and worldwide. I am Sergei Sherbov, head of International Laboratory of Demography and Human Capital of Russian Academy of National Economy. And we deal with demographics in the Institute of Demography in Vienna and in Russia. COVID pandemic changed our lifestyle, changed all the aspects and affected all the aspects of our economic development. In our today's discussion, we are going to talk about the demographic sequels of the pandemic because they are really very critical. As of today, we cannot fully assess the consequences of COVID-2 pandemic, but there are still things we see already today. We see a major reduction in migration, both in Russia and worldwide, and this is understandable because of lockdowns, of borders closing, and this situation will partially be there in 2021 as well. And when the borders start opening, we do not know for how long the migrants' flows will be still reduced. Very probably this will not, the restoration of the old figures of migrant flows will not happen in the coming months. We know that some studies show that the households that were planning in January 2020 to have a child in 2020, they decided to postpone the childbirth till later on. So most probably pandemic will also influence our birth rate. Talking about the death rate, we see that the pandemic resulted in a major increase in the number of deaths, and especially I'm talking about the increase in the elderly death rate, because as we see in all the countries, among the elderly, there are more people who died of SARS-CoV-2 than in other age groups. In countries like Italy, Spain, initially they lost a lot of people due to pandemic, and assessment of human casualties due to pandemic is difficult. It's now very difficult to assess the actual number of those who died of SARS-CoV-2. Some countries have different approaches, different from the WHO standards. And then we have the same problem that traditionally happens when we are trying to assess the exact cause of death, if the patient had many comorbidities and many factors influencing the lethal outcome. And if we have a patient with a light course of COVID-2, at the same time, we know that the number of those who died of SARS-CoV-2 will be different in different statistics depending on what methodology was used for collection of these statistic data. And whichever methodology you use, you will still have a very incomplete picture of the actual number of casualties. Some deaths can be attributed just to the fact that the healthcare system is very much overloaded during the pandemic. Plus, also due to the fact that many Many planned interventions were postponed to post-pandemic times, and all this results in excessive death rates and excessive deaths. So we are talking about surplus death rates, which will include the SARS-CoV-2 related deaths, as well as those people who died due to the overload of the healthcare system. And in this case, it does not really matter which methodology you use to assess the number of those who died directly of the coronavirus pandemic. Now, talking about the methodology of assessment of excessive death number, let's take September 2020. We assessed the total number of people who died in September 2020. We look at the statistic figures, then we calculate the average death rate over the past 5 years in the same period, also in September, but say from 2015 to 2019. And the difference between the number of those who died in September 2015 and those who died in September 2020, this will be this differential we are looking at. But this methodology is imperfect, even though it is a popular methodology. The problem is that you can overestimate the number of excessive deaths. We understand that we are talking about big level of casualties among the elderly. We see that in Russia, in Kazakhstan and other countries, and the waves, the demographic waves, will influence the demographic casualties during the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic. And considering that Russian regions have a very different age group distribution. So if you take the average death rate to assess the number of those who died due to the pandemic, this is inaccurate as a statistic analysis tool. We did such simulations, and we saw that very often the data in mass media and other data, they seem to be excessive, overestimated. So, to assess more accurately the number of those who died during the pandemic, we can look at the figures considering the age groups, and this is what we did at our laboratory. To assess the number of those who died in 2020 and compare that to the pre-pandemic death rate, we would need to model the death rate in 2020 if the patients had lived as long as they would have lived without the pandemic. And how can it be done? We make a forecast, and then we compare our forecasted death rate without the pandemic and compare it with the figures we currently have. And again, these figures, they are not very much affected by the age, and in any case, we are looking at the potential death rate. Why are we taking a 5-year span for assessment of the death rate over the past 5 years? This is important to take a period of 5 years because within these 5 years the situation may be different. That's why we need an average of the 5 years, and this way we are going to eliminate the possible error and the possible wave effect. We could take the death rate of the previous year before the pandemic of 2019, but again, there is a risk of error, stochastic error, which really happens. The death rate can go a little bit up, a little bit down. So to eliminate the statistical and stochastic error, we prefer to take an average of the 5 years of the pre-pandemic time. Or you can also make a month-by-month comparison year and year, but again, that's not very accurate. I think I have spoken enough. This is a very important topic. All the countries are now thinking of how to more accurately assess the actual death rate due to SARS-CoV-2 pandemic. And now I would like to give the floor to Simon Ghislandi, Associate Professor of the Department of Policy Analysis of Bocconi University. And he's going to talk about casualties due to SARS-CoV-2 and in historic prospects in Italian experience.
Thank you, Sergey. I would like to share the screen first of all. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Sergey, for the important invitation and for the important words, because actually our work is working along the lines that you just drew here in your introduction. What we are going to do here is to compare COVID-19 pandemics with the previous pandemics that we have experienced in Italy. Italy is an interesting case because COVID-19 basically hit Italy the hardest way in the first wave compared to any other country in the world, at least in Europe. And it's so we are going to talk about the first wave only. The second wave is ongoing, and new data will be released in time. Italy has experienced 3 major influenza pandemic waves in its history after the Second World War. One was the Asian flu, what is called the Asian flu, 57-58. Then was the Hong Kong flu. Hong Kong flu was associated to around 1 million to 4 million actually excess deaths globally. Okay. And then the H1N1 77 flu, which was a kind of lighter flu that hit the country. By far the hardest one was for us, it was the Hong Kong flu, which more or less we calculate is associated to 40,000 excess deaths in 69. So the question is COVID-19 different from these previous pandemics, and can we put it in an historical perspective? Because, you know, there are, I don't know in Russia, but certainly in Italy, there are still doubt about, oh, maybe COVID-19 is just a strong flu, okay? And there's nothing like historical data that can actually put things into perspective. So in order to do that, what we did is, and what we, if we want to work on data, the first step is to actually build the data. And what we did is to rebuild a data set of historical age, sex, province, mortality patterns. Italy has around 80, 81, 82, depending on the years, provinces. Is a country of now 60 million inhabitants, divided in 20 regions and 80 provinces. And for each at provincial level, we managed to have data about the mortality pattern. Together with the population census, which we rebuilt because the statistical office don't provide it on a digital, at least, platform, we rebuild the mortality pattern, but also the birth patterns in such a way that so that we can actually work beyond the excess death. We can work actually up to the life expectancy and the change in life expectancy. And in fact, the outcome we want to do is to compare the excess mortality and the life expectancy of the various pandemics that Italy went through with the first wave of COVID-19 pandemic. Now, Sergei already introduced the role of excess mortality, which was calculated exactly the way Sergei was mentioning. So 5 years average before, and then compare the mortality with death. And the reason why we work on excess mortality and not on official COVID-19 mortality figures is exactly what Sergei was mentioning. So that COVID-19 casualties, at least in the first wave, were massively underestimated because the healthcare congestion brought along a lot of more case, a lot of death more, and also because the system in Italy was not efficient enough to measure really all the COVID-19 casualties with precision. But also we focus on life expectancy because life expectancy is a measure of a human cost of a pandemic for us because it allows comparison over time and place. And most importantly, you know, if the death of a person 85 years old is different in a life expectancy perspective from the death of a 5 years old child. So it kind of weights age within the human cost measure, and so that that this is also what we want to capture within our analysis. So we provide the same type of figures, excess death and life expectancy for all the three pandemics plus the COVID-19, and then we draw some conclusions. Now here, these are the type of graphs that I'm just going to work on graphs, so just to keep things more immediate. Here is the 1957-1958 pandemic, influenza pandemic. This was particularly hard in countries, probably not Italy, not as much as in Italy. Sorry, not as much in Italy as in other countries. You see that one characteristic of this pandemic, which is the same one that we find in the next pandemics, in the influenza pandemic, is that the first year is the hard one. In red, we have the darker red is the lowest is the life the highest loss in life expectancy, while green means actually the life expectancy is slightly increased. In fact. So you see that the whole country was more or less men and women more or less evenly distributed in terms of cost of loss of life expectancy. The darkest part, like Turin, this is Turin where Fiat was working, so a lot of more likely, of course, to have an influenza pandemic there at that time. We had something like less than 2 years of loss of life expectancy among the men. Men always die more of in all these pandemics than women. Okay, so this is a constant also in COVID-19. So I'm not going to insist on this because that's taken, and there's not going to be a difference between pandemic and influenza and COVID. So this is the distribution across the country. And this is the distribution. Here are this is the different provinces that were most hit by the influenza pandemic in terms of excess mortality, and these are the age class. Okay, you see that the more or less the orange, red, or dark red are more or less evenly distributed around all class age, but we observe especially hard situation for the 5 years old children, basically for children, and for the 90 plus years old 90 plus. So, well, of course, these were not so many in that country, so it's enough to have a few more deaths to have an increase in excess mortality. But we do observe a particularly strong impact on children and on the very elderly. When, on the other hand, the Hong Kong flu hit the country, you see a much more concentrated loss in life expectancy in the north, which is the industrial part of Italy. A much bigger loss in life expectancy. We are talking about 2.5 in the most hit areas of loss of years and of loss of life expectancy. You observe a slight distribution of the pandemic also in the south, but most in the north and mostly in the first month, really. This is November, December of 1969. Everything was caused by the pandemic, the tsunami of the influenza in 2 months in the north of Italy in 1969. So we have a loss. The big part of the big impact was in these 2 months. Overall, again, this influenza was strong on relatively, not as much as the previous one, strong on the children, but it was not as hard as the previous one on the elderly. And again, it was evenly distributed, the excess mortality across age group, especially for the 45 plus. This is, if we look at the third lighter influenza pandemic, we have more or less the same type of patterns that we have in the previous one, but with a lighter type of, with lighter excess mortality, because we don't have, here we have a loss in life expectancy that can hardly go up to above 1.5 years lost. Again, more concentration in the north, but not particularly, not as hard as before. And again, you have the children to be that are hit hard in some provinces compared to other. In fact, this pandemic, especially the 1977 pandemic, was particularly hard on children compared to other type of pandemics. But it was not as hard as to reduce the life expectancy to a very particularly high level. Then it comes to COVID-19, and it comes to the only 2 months basically. Here we are showing data from February till June, of 2020. So this is the first wave only. And in the first wave only, this is Bergamo, in famous Bergamo, where I come from actually. It was the hardest hit province probably in Europe, and we actually experienced a loss of life expectancy among men above 4, around 4.2 years loss of life expectancy only for the first 6 months. So if we project this excess mortality until the end of the year, that would be associated to a loss of life expectancy of 8 years among men. Of course, this is not the case in real time, because we are experiencing a second wave, but on Bergamo it's not going to be as hard as it was the first one. But you can see here one characteristic of the COVID-19 as it was in the first wave. It was highly concentrated in some specific areas, and it hardly hit the rest. The men a little bit in this area here, which is another industrial area. But it didn't affect that much the rest of the country, but it affected very, very, very strongly the provinces where it was. This is due probably to the lockdown policies that were imposed immediately after we realized that the virus was already there in Bergamo. Because Bergamo has a characteristic. Basically, we realized that the COVID-19 was there when it was too late. So at that point, it's like we had an experiment of what is going on with COVID without lockdown. And this is this is very different from the previous graphs in terms of excess mortality. First of all, the scale. The scale here, the brown is 500% excess mortality. Okay. Here you see the provinces that are the most hidden provinces, and you see really a block, a brown block here, which is the COVID was concentrated in a very specific area. These are all neighbors provinces with a very specific age group, although not only the very elderly, but already above 55, above 50, sorry, we actually do observe a serious excess mortality, consistent excess mortality in these provinces, and almost nothing in the age before before the critical age of 50, essentially. This is very different from the previous pandemic. So if we look at the data as they are and we compare COVID-19 with the previous pandemic, our conclusion is that the only constant thing is that the gender difference. Men die more than women. But the geographical patterns were very different. COVID-19, since it came with lockdown policies, was much more concentrated in spatial clustering. This second wave might change our conclusion because it's ongoing and we will have to update the data on that, and seems like clustering is not as strong as it was before. But that's because probably lockdown policies were not at work there. The timing also was different because the second wave of COVID-19 is showing us that while the influenza pandemic hit in 1-2 months, and then basically the years after, there was still a little bit of excess mortality, but really, really low figures. So it's in 1-2 months, everything is played by everything happens in a influenza pandemic. COVID-19 is not like that. COVID-19 is probably more like a pattern of mortality like the Spanish flu, with 2-3 waves of returning of high level, high mortality rate.
Simone, can you please you have 1 minute left.
Yes, this is the last slide. Then we know, like Sergei said it already, we have the 65 plus, actually I would say 55 plus relative excess mortality is very concentrated for COVID-19. This was not the case in the previous influenza pandemic. And most importantly, the loss in life expectancy has nothing to do with the previous pandemics. This is more like the death toll of a war, really. Because to go back seriously to this type level of loss in life expectancy in these provinces, you have to go probably even to the Second World War and probably even before. So it is hard. The difference between COVID-19 and flu are so strong that it's really difficult to conclude that something different, that COVID-19 is not really a simple flu. That if you compare the data with our previous experience. This is I conclude because I hope I'm in time. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Симоне, за очень интересный доклад.
Thank you, Simone, very much for a very interesting presentation. You very clearly showed the big difference between the common influenza and the COVID-19. Because mass media sometimes say, why? What's so different between COVID-19 and the flu? It's just like a common flu. It is not. As a moderator, I have one question to you. This is what I spoke about at the very beginning. No matter how you measure the death rate, what's the difference between the COVID-19 attributed death rate and the death rate due to the pandemic, because some elected interventions were not performed and other things. And I read somewhere that some 20% of deaths some 20% higher was the death rate due to the fact that some planned interventions were canceled and people did not have all the assistance they needed. Do you have any estimates?
We do have, we did compare the excess mortality that we measure with the official COVID-19 figures, death toll in the first wave, and more or less we are around 70% more in terms of, but this is due to the fact, A, that people were dying also not of COVID because of healthcare congestion. And we don't have official figures on this yet. We are working on that, but not yet. But also to the fact that people were dying at home without a diagnosis, and without. So essentially, the sum of these two issues make the official figures are a very gross underestimation of the number of deaths really due to COVID-19. So for the second wave, we are less, because we are more prepared, of course, to measure the casualties in COVID-19. But we still are observing a difference, a slight difference. We will see in the next new data will be released this month if there is still a gap between excess mortality and official COVID-19 records. But in certain countries like Britain, for example, they had to stop even emergency oncological interventions, surgical interventions in London. In order to give space to COVID-19 patients. So you can imagine that mortality can pick up in this period, also for this externality, for this spillover effect of COVID-19. New figures will come out soon.
Okay. Спасибо большое, Simone.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was a very interesting presentation indeed. It's a pity we have a very limited time frame for our session, so let us give the floor to Raya Mutarak. She is the program director of in Population and Just Societies program of IIASA, and Nadia Steiber, professor of sociology from University of Vienna. Are women Raya is going to talk about the Austrian experience.
Thank you, Sergey. I'm sorry I changed the title suddenly because and thank first of all the organizer and particularly Sergey for inviting me to join this very exciting forum. And I think it's also to give me the opportunity to address the gender dimension actually of the COVID-19 pandemic. Simone already mentioned and emphasized the differences in mortality risk between men and women, with men consistently have higher risk of mortality and actually of severe morbidity from influenza or from the COVID-19 as well. And actually in the case of COVID-19, so we saw the evidence already historically, but also in the case of COVID-19, the pattern is consistent across countries. But my talk is actually not going to address the mortality or morbidity part, but try to slightly unpack and work backward first. So why is this the case? Why do we observe higher mortality or morbidity in the case of men? And I sort of draw upon the two work that I work with Nadia Steiber in the case of Austria, but also the work led by Thomas Sobotka, that we try to look at the patterns of infection rates across different European countries. So I was saying that we try to work backwards slightly. Do you see my screen well? So I can just
Yes.
move the video slightly in that side. Yeah, so we try to work backwards slightly. So the fact that we observe high morbidity and mortality amongst men, is it because men are more likely to be infected than women. So I'm sort of borrowing the risk framework because my main research is actually I work a lot on the impact of this natural disaster or climate change on the human population. So borrowing the framework from the risk type of research. So to understand risk, we need to look at the three components of risk, right? So to have risk, first the hazard needs to occur. So in our case, the hazard is the coronavirus, the COVID-19. But you wouldn't get sick if you're not exposed to it. So the classic example that I like to make is if earthquake happens in the remoted island somewhere, and no one lived there, then people are not exposed. So same here as a COVID-19. If you stay at home, then you don't have the exposure, so you don't have the risk. So that's one component. So in a sense, are men more likely to be infected? We also need to look at, are men more exposed to contact the disease? And also another component of risk is you might be exposed, the hazard occur, but some people, as we see in the case of COVID-19, children are not susceptible or vulnerable. So another component that we have to consider is also the degree of susceptibility and vulnerability, and that's the three components make people have higher or lower risk to COVID-19. So that's one question that we try to look at. So are men more likely to be infected than women? And if so, another thing, sort of borrowing once again from the disaster type of literature, women actually tend to be more risk averse than men, have lower risk behavior. And same thing for health behavior, actually, women tend to have smoke less, for instance, and also tend to have higher risk perception. So we also try to look at this area as well in trying to explain the gender differences. So who is at higher risk to get infected or being exposed? So as I said, you have to be exposed to the virus, but also the degree of proximity with the others also make a difference. So say if you take the public transportation or the metro, for instance, in the crowded hour, then you're much more closer to the others, so higher risk of infected. But in the non-rush hour, then it's more empty, then you're not in close proximity with the others. So the determinants of your chance of being exposed and also the physical proximity, it depends a lot on your demographic characteristics, age, as we know, children, older people, and also maybe your occupation as well. So certain occupation, you work more closely with the others and also perhaps have higher degree of exposure as well in the constant terms can be that. And as we know, Simone has already shown geographical location make a lot of different population or high density, high housing density, for instance, the rural and the urban area, the distribution, the exposure and proximity would make a difference. So are men more likely to be infected than women? Actually, they do in certain set of countries, and they don't actually, on the average, they don't in a larger set of countries. It's probably not surprising, actually, if you look at countries like Qatar, Singapore, Bahrain. So these are the countries with higher number of male migrant workers, which, as you might imagine, tend to work in the type of work that they live, the living space, they live closer together, they have high intensity of proximity in type of their work. So men are more likely to be infected in these particular set of countries. It can be really pretty much related to the nature of the work and the housing. Same as in countries like South Asian countries, for instance, like Pakistan, India, and certain sub-Saharan African countries, men are also more likely to be infected, which you may think because men also, the female labor force participation is much lower, or women tend to stay home more in the case of India, Nepal, and Pakistan, so they're less exposed. But then in the largest set of countries, particularly the European countries, you observe more the gender balance in terms of confirmed cases, and actually in many cases it's more women, in fact, more likely to be infected. Now, what I'm showing you here, it's one thing that I'm missing completely from this picture is not adjusting by age patterns. So Gary mentioned clearly in the introduction to this session that age is a strong, also another important demographic component that we have to take into account. Since we know that severity, hospitalization, mortality, and fertility risk vary strongly, not only by gender, we see men die more, but also by age. So not taking into account the age components, we probably would miss the picture of trying to understand are men more likely to be infected or not. And of course, we also should account for the age and sex composition in the population and the age and sex pattern of the infection rate. So most of the existing number or the data or studies that we see tend not to combine these two components together, age and sex patterns in infection rates. One of the reasons, I guess, it's the data is there, but it's a bit harder to dig into, and many countries do not publish. In terms of mortality case or even excess mortality, you can tell the age sex difference, but not so much on the confirmed cases of infection. So we try to collect intensively, go back to the report of each country that we manage to have access to, and try to collect the data by age and by sex in terms of breaking down the confirmed cases by age and by sex. We managed to collect for 7 European countries. And another nation that I think it's very important, as Simone also mentioned, it's the timing, right? So the first wave, and now we're in the second wave, likely to be prolonged for another months and maybe year even. So the nature of the development of infection, of course, mortality, we should also take into account the monthly development, because it also matters in terms of the testing policies. Testing policies also make a difference in terms of how do you detect the infection as well. So we try to, up until mid-November, that we have the data for these 7 countries. We look at the different countries, put the age group in a different way, but we try to aggregate at least to look at the difference by 10 years age group. And these are the countries that we have. So we also, I think it's quite nice to try to have a bit of different representation of a set of countries in Europe. England is considered to be in Europe as a sense of not EU, but Europe. We have England data as well, and in some Southern European countries, Italy and Spain, and also the Czech Republic. But what I like to highlight it's a bit here on this male to female ratio. So if we look at the infection rate per 1,000 population and just make the ratio between men and women, so in all of these 7 countries, the same pattern. So women on the average, so not adjusting for age, would be women have higher proportion of confirmed cases. And now I'm gonna try to break down into the age differences. So I guess the easiest way to look at the male to female differences and then try to also adjust it for not only by age, but also maybe different countries have different testing policies, different way of collecting the data. So the easiest way is to look at infections per 1,000 population and then just do the ratio between men and women. And this interesting pattern would emerge. So we have age on the x-axis and the infection rate on the y-axis. But if we look at the ratio, what is interesting here is, so here it's 1, right? So 1 would be men and women have the equal chance of being infected. But when it's lower than 1, then it's higher in women. And then when it's higher than 1, then the infection rate is higher in men. This is just to show you in the case of the Netherlands, but to show the overall cases, I think this is what is interesting. The red area represents the average across the 7 countries. So up until the age of 60, women have higher infection rates than men on the average across the 7 countries. But then after the age of 60, the men have higher infection rates. And we started suspecting, so it probably has to do with the nature of labor force participation, because for certain reasons, up until 60, which is the prime working age pretty much, both for men and women, we observe high infection rate for women. And then the crossover, it's quite clear cut. If you think about retirement age, for instance, then after 60, then we see men have higher infection rates, because possibly or likely to be, as we know, that men also have tend to have more severe symptoms from COVID-19 and higher likelihood of mortality. And if our suspicion is likely to be correct, if you can see in the labor force participation, for example, if you look at Italy or Spain, the crossover between men and women happens likely before the age of 60, because if you know the labor force participation, women in this country also withdraw from the labor force slightly earlier than the age of 60, as compared to, say, the Netherlands or Switzerland. But on the average, it must have something to do with the work. So now the next question would be, okay, so if this is the case, because men also work too, right, in this age group, not only women, and probably even more in general, then does it have anything to do with the nature of work that women are more likely to be engaged with? As we heard all the time, that healthcare workers have higher risk of exposure to COVID-19 infection. Oh, 2 minutes. Yes. Yeah. So as we know, so they have higher exposure. Women tend to be more concentrated in this type of job, same as work in the elementary occupation, tend to have more women as well. In fact, indeed, this is just the UK data, women tend to be highly concentrated in the healthcare related or elementary occupation, which also have higher exposure. So that's probably one of the reasons they explain. So now the work that I've done with Nadia Steiber, it's also to look at, okay, so if we can measure, do people tend to get infected in the workplace? Then we don't have such a data directly that we can measure where the infection takes place. But we can measure through the survey that she has done back in June in Austria, is to look at the perceived occupational hazard. How do people perceive their risk? This is a question actually of how high do you estimate the risk that you will get infected with coronavirus in the workplace? They can rank from very high, rather low, and very low. So in the rough descriptive analysis, not controlling for anything, women have slightly higher perception that they would get infected in the workplace than men. But once we, and of course it's vary by sector, if you work in the sort of healthcare, retail, tourism sector, then you perceive higher risk. Women, as we said, tend to be represented in this sector. So the gender difference that we observe earlier, so instead of controlling for working hours, for firm size, women tend to have higher perception. But once we adjust or we account for the type of economic activities actually that women tend to engage with, and also the proportion of female in the workplace, this gender difference in the perception disappears. It doesn't matter if you're a male or female respondent, but it's actually what matters here is the sector of activities. And also if the workplace, the job tend to be female concentrated, because you think, okay, we have the same sector, maybe health sector, but women might tend to be engaged in a more low elementary type of job that engage more with people, for instance, then they also have higher chance. So I think I have to wrap up, this is what I want to wrap up. So the gender difference that we try to explain, in this case, particularly focusing not on the sex and biological difference, but in the type of the socially related to the type of activities that men or women are engaged. So in this sense, the type of industry, the type of work women engage, make a difference in male or female vulnerability to infection. That's one thing. And I think this is my last slide. So just to say that to understand not only gender differences, but different in between different sub-demographic groups, one important is to really consider the combination of the characteristic, not only men, not only women, but maybe because they're more or less likely to be exposed due to their occupation or their age as well, and the interaction between different characteristics. So I would ask the policymakers, the government, to provide us with the data which are disaggregated as much as you can by age, by sex, by gender, by socioeconomic characteristics, and that would help us to understand better the nature of the pandemic. Thank you. I'm going to stop here.
Thank you very much, Raya, for a very interesting presentation, which really showed to us the difference in mortality and morbidity between men and women, first of all. And we have questions. We have questions from the audience. Or we do not have them. I'm trying to find it out. Okay, I have a question. We don't have much time to go, but I have a question. Now, based on what you told us, do you see any difference between the first wave and the second wave in these statistics? Or the findings you were talking about were common for the first wave and the second wave?
Yes, actually, I didn't have a chance to show, but it does make a lot of difference, especially if you think of the, to be able to know who get infected is actually, it depends a lot on who get tested. And in the first wave, the testing policies differs compared to the summertime, which the government tried to test everyone. Then the gender balance in the summertime, it's not as distinct. Then we started picking up again because the testing also changed in the second wave when the disease get much more serious and in summer. So again, of course, if you get sick, which tend to be older people, and then men get sick, more severely sick more, then we start seeing again this age sex difference in the second wave. It's really, I think the timing, month by month, make a lot of difference in picking up these, I would say, both age and gender differences.
Спасибо большое. Я думаю, что...
Thank you very much. Thank you. It is a pity we have very limited time, so I think it's time for us to say a few final words. We had a very interesting set of presentations in this discussion panel, and I think that this year we will have much more data on what really happened, because as of today we lack accurate data on the full mortality rate, on the birth rate. We do not have full data on who has had COVID-19 really, who has not, on who was diagnosed and how. This year we are sure to have really big data on COVID-19, and these data will be unique, and I'm sure the conclusions we will make based on these data we expect so much will also be unique and very interesting, unexpected maybe. We will be able to analyze both the actual sequels of COVID and analyze the factors that would probably help patients to prevent these consequences. So I would like to thank our speakers, Raya and Simone. Thank you very much for your presentations. We enjoyed them so much. I would like to thank our audience who was listening to us. And of course, I would like to thank the organizers of the Gaidar Forum for having invited all of us to participate in this interesting demographic discussion about the sequels of COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
В Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации проходит Гайдаровский форум, который в начале года традиционно задает вектор общественной и научной дискуссии. Здесь собираются известные эксперты, представители органов власти, общественные и политические деятели, предприниматели из разных стран мира. Гайдаровский форум открывает обсуждение деловой повестки на ближайший год. Для гостей из-за рубежа форум выступает важным источником информации о главных тенденциях социально-экономического и политического развития, состоянии бизнес-среды и инвестиционного климата России. В ходе открытых и плодотворных дискуссий участники форума смогут обменяться положительным опытом и лучшими мировыми практиками, предложить конструктивные подходы к решению приоритетных ключевых задач, стоящих перед Россией и миром на старте нового года, нового десятилетия. Ключевая тема форума этого года – «Россия и мир после пандемии». Какие уроки мы извлекли из 2020 года, что нас ждет после пандемии и как мы можем подготовиться к этим изменениям? Станет ли дистанционная занятость будущей моделью рынка труда? Как ограничения и принятые в условиях пандемии законы повлияют на права и свободы граждан? кто является реальным бенефициаром пандемии в долгосрочной перспективе, а также глобальные вызовы десятилетия и национальные приоритеты России. Эти и многие другие вопросы будут обсуждаться экспертами форума. Смотрите прямые трансляции 14 и 15 января. Россия и мир после пандемии. Гайдаровский форум. Не пропустите.
Могу начинать, да? Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues,
приветствовать
it is so good
вас
to
всех на нашей
welcome
небольшой
you all at
панели, на
our
нашем небольшом
small
круглом столе
panel, our small round table.
Института власти в средневековой
The,
Скандинавии и на
the
Руси.
Prince and the Koenig, the Institute of Power in medieval Russia. So first of all, I would like to welcome our guest Alexander Vukovich of Oxford University and Christian Raffensperger of Wittenberg University.
Я хотел бы сказать несколько слов
I would like to say a couple of words
о проблематике нашей панели.
as opening remarks for this panel discussion. So there is a level of proximity between the Rus and Scandinavia, and I would not like to revisit the story of the Scandinavian origins of the Rurik dynasty, and the Ruriks lost their Scandinavian roots quite soon. They only get back to their genealogy in the 16th century when they decided that would benefit their prestige and their old age dynasty. Well, we should be interested. We should be interested in the connections between Scandinavia and the Kievan Rus, about the hereditary rules of the princedom. The Ruriks come from Scandinavia. Rus and Scandinavia are very closely connected. So I believe that these hereditary rules are also dramatically different with all tight connections. In Rus, we believe that hereditary principles are very schematic, brother to brother. This is not father to son, not vertical, but horizontal, brother to brother, is the main hereditary principle. And this is something we do not know in the Scandinavian, the Nordic world of that era. Well, there is some exception. In Scandinavia, the hereditary principle is vertical, father to son. And there are several exceptions, however. Say the Norwegian Koenig Harald the Stern, comes back to Norway after years of nomadic life, and he sees and he makes his nephew Magnus the Kind to share his power and authority with him. I believe there is a lot of conflict, a conflict that is intrinsically Russian. This is something that we can see in Russia. We can see that uncles and nephews are constantly in conflict. They're always bickering for their legacy, for the estate. And the Norwegian president, the Harald the Kind and Magnus, and his nephew, and the enmity between the uncle and the nephew is not incidental. And Harald actually had spent a lot of time in the Russian land. He served in this Varangian Corps after going to Byzantium, and he was married to a princedom from the house of Ruriks, Elizabeth, whom he later brought back with him to Norway. And not incidentally, in early 11th century, what they called the Stern, actually disputed and challenged power from his nephew, is something which is very typical for challenging the princedom. Having said that, I believe that Scandinavia was different in that it actually inherited power from father to son. I want to say that these hereditary principles and the Institute of Authority in Rus and Scandinavia open up new vistas and new evidence of close links between the Nordic lands and the Rus land and the Russian lands for us. Well, there are several other evidences supporting that. It is also essential to get the full picture, to get a 3D picture, so to speak, especially when we address the issue so topical as the principles of authority. And this brings me to the end of my opening remarks, and I would gladly pass the floor on to our guests. I would like to first give the floor to Professor Raffensperger, and the Christian Raffensperger, the floor is yours.
For your invitation and your introduction. So this paper, which is a small slice of a larger study, attempts to examine the ways that medieval rulers utilized monasticism to reinforce their rule throughout medieval Europe, with a particular emphasis on the Rus. Thus, we will see, in brief, the foundation of monasteries in Wales, Poland, Iberia, Serbia, and Rus, as a way to develop common themes throughout medieval Europe. It is my strong belief that we need to continue to develop broad-based studies of medieval Europe, the horizontal that Fyodor was talking about, inclusive of territories that we once thought of as East and West, as a better way to understand how the territories at the time developed and functioned, rather than our modern concepts being projected back onto the past. So, to begin, towards the end of the 12th century, we see the rulers of Wales using Cistercian monastic foundations as part of their battleground for supremacy within Pura-Walia, the Welsh territory, and from the Anglo-Normans. The Lord Rhys ap Griffith, refounded the Cistercian monastery of Strata Florida in 1165 as a way to claim it for himself and for Wales from the Anglo-Norman founders, as well as to provide a foundation for himself and his family to build on. This was a deeply political act and engendered resentment from the other Welsh rulers who resented that Lord Rhys intended to become the ruler of all of Wales. The way that those rulers manifested their displeasure beyond military means was through the foundation or refoundation of monasteries, as can be seen with Owen Cefolog's foundation of Strata Marcella in 1170 and Cadwallan's foundation of an abbey in 1176. Towards the very end of the century, we can also see this when Morgan ap Ceradog and his family took the territory around Margam Abbey and began patronizing it as a way to claim it for themselves and from the Anglo-Norman marcher lords who founded it. Moving to Iberia, we can see similar trends in multiple of the Christian kingdoms of the northern part of the peninsula in approximately the same period of the High Middle Ages. The 1063 reconsecration of the dual monasteries of San Pelayo and San Juan Bautista in Leon Castile by King Fernando I and Queen Sancha marked the birth of one of the most famous Iberian monasteries, what would become San Isidoro. In addition to the typical reasons for patronizing ecclesiastical establishments, savior of souls, the foundation of this mixed community by the royal couple enhanced their power in the realm and provided a place for their burial, as well as a further center of power for Sancha and her female kin. Sancha lived in a palace complex which was part of the monastery and was known as the domina of the monastery during her lifetime. Furthermore, this position seems to have been continued by her female descendants through the first half of the 12th century, as further royal women patronized the monastery to add to their own personal power and that of the kingdom. Moving to our final example in the Latin world, much closer to Rus, is the example of Poland. In Poland, even after or especially after the creation of multiple territories post-1146, we can see that monastic endowments were used by nobles and especially members of the Piast clan as tools for holding and claiming power. In Silesia, there were a succession of Piasts, Boleslav the Tall, Henry I the Bearded, and Henry II the Pious, who founded Cistercian monasteries as ways to enhance and demonstrate their authority. The monastery at Trebnica was founded sometime in the 1190s by Henry I the Bearded and his wife Hedwig. In 1202, it was granted its first formal foundation charter. This female monastery became immensely important in the history of the Silesian Piast, especially the female members of the family. Henry and Hedwig's daughter Gertrude was the second abbess of the monastery, and future abbesses through the early 16th century were drawn almost exclusively from the family itself. Trebnica also became the burial place of Henry I and Hedwig, along with at least one of their sons, as well as their daughter, the abbess Gertrude. In shifting to our next example in Serbia, it is important to remember that while Cistercians have played a major role in two of our examples thus far, there were no monastic orders as such in the Orthodox Christian world. And yet, in Alice Mary Talbot's summary of the purposes of Orthodox monasteries, she says monasteries in the Orthodox world were more likely to be personal foundations than anything else, monasteries designed to laud the donor and create a path for them into heaven, and potentially as a place to live out their golden years and for their bones to rest after their death. In that summary, we can see the same purposes of monasteries in the Latin world, reinforcing the rationale for a wider study. In medieval Serbia, there was a vibrant monastic culture largely dating to Saint Sava at the end of the 12th century. We even see similar patterns of foundation in Serbia with the Latin West, where the Cistercians, most famously, like to talk about founding their monastic establishments in the desert as a self-conscious callback to St. Anthony, though what they practically meant was that they were in undeveloped rural regions. The same is true in Serbia, where we see the locations for monastic establishments were often in valleys, away from urban centers. Studenica was founded in 1183 by Stefan Nemanja as a private foundation, though it was also immensely political. This was a period during which Nemanja's own star was rising precipitously. His earlier foundations, which were designed to demonstrate his superior claim to the throne, as well as ties to both religious and Byzantine backing, induced revolt in his brothers, eventually leading to his imprisonment, his escape from which was celebrated by the erection and endowment of another monastery, the monastery of St. George at Ras. Studenica, despite being founded by Nemanja, is inseparable from the legacy of his son St. Sava. After Nemanja's death on Hilandar in 1199, it was St. Sava who translated his body back to Studenica in 1207, which helped to solidify its position in the creation of the Nemanja dynasty and polity. In the words of Jelena Erdogyan, the translation, quote, defined this place as the nucleus of the Nemanja dynastic cult and the seed out of which grew both the kinship of the Nemanjids and the autonomy of the Serbian church, end quote. Thus in Studenica, we have a composite example akin to those shared already. It is a foundation by a member of the royal family to advance their own political interests, but it also becomes a place where members of that family are buried as reminders of dynastic or at least familial honor. All of which brings us to the kingdom of Rus. Mikhailo Khrushchevsky, writing over 100 years ago, claimed that, quote, each prince of Kiev built a patronal monastery which bore his Christian name, end quote, from the time of Yaroslav the Wise to Vsevolod Olgovich. This pattern is in keeping with what has been seen elsewhere. Jonathan Shepard and Simon Franklin note the same thing in The Emergence of Rus. Each ruler of Kiev, king in my parlance, would erect his own monastic foundation, regardless, it seems, of whether his father or grandfather had done the same. Unlike many of the other locations in medieval Europe, though, we are lacking significant information about these foundations. Instead of foundation documents or full descriptions, we are often left with sparse mentions in chronicles that have to be pieced together. The earliest monasteries in Rus were ones erected by Yaroslav and his wife Ingigerd and dedicated to their respective patrons, Saints George and Irene, listed in the Povest Remnikliat as occurring in 1037. Though neither of these monasteries is still extant today, it is quite clear that they were connected to these two rulers. Though these are earlier than the monasteries established elsewhere by rulers such as Fernando and Sancha and Leon Castile or Alexius Komnenos and Reina Duquesna in the medieval Roman Empire, there are clear similarities of spouses erecting paired monasteries. Each of Yaroslav's three sons who succeeded him as the ruler of Kiev were also said to have created their own monasteries in the city as well. Iziaslav, the eldest successor, founded St. Demetrius' monastery after his patron saint, most likely in 1062. However, both the PVL and the Patriarch of the Kievan Caves Monastery record the event under the year 1051, where they also add two quite interesting notes. The first is that the monastery was founded to compete with the Caves Monastery and potentially supersede it. This is, however, not actually true, as Muriel Heppel has demonstrated that relations between the two were quite good for a number of years. This statement of hostility may reflect a later reality, but not one from the middle of the 11th century. The second note is a commentary on Iziaslav's founding of the monastery of St. Demetrius, where the author says, quote, "Many monasteries have indeed been founded by emperors and nobles and magnates, but they are not such as those founded by tears, fasting, prayer, and vigil." End quote. So, such an observation might have an interesting bearing on the ecclesiastical author's perspective on the purposes of monasteries and the roles of royalty in creating them. Another overlap between the Patriarch and the PVL is the indication that Iziaslav, as founder, had the ability to choose the hegumen of the monastery, similar to what we can see in other places, for instance, in Iberia, where Queen Leonor is able to select the monastery's abbess at Las Huelgas. Further, there is some evidence of a continuing familial investment in this monastery, which is not entirely uncommon. Iziaslav's son Yarapolk, who was murdered in 1086, was laid to rest in the Church of the Holy Apostle Peter, which he had built inside of his father's monastery of St. Demetrius in Kiev. Sviatopolk, another son of Iziaslav, also contributed to the monastery of St. Demetrius, adding the Church of St. Michael in 1108. This was also the church where he was buried upon his death in 1113, potentially creating at least a bit of a suggestion that this could have been intended as a family necropolis. Though there is little mention of a relationship between the monastery and the Iziaslavici branch of the family for nearly a century, in 1190 the Church of St. Michael becomes the burial place for Sviatopolk's namesake, his great-grandson Sviatopolk Yurovich. The fact of St. Michael's having been built by his ancestor is explicitly mentioned in the chronicle record. It is certainly interesting as well because Sviatopolk Yurovich and his family had not had much to do with Kiev since the days of Sviatopolk Iziaslavich. Instead, they had been ruling in Turov and yet chose not to be buried there. It is possible, of course, that this sudden shift was not sudden and reflects simply a lack of data. Alternately, this could have been a deliberate attempt to revive honoring the most famous member of their branch of the family at a period of ongoing clan conflict. The second Yaroslavich to inherit Kiev was Sviatoslav. Though we have no contemporary entry from a chronicle recording his foundation of a monastery, there is a note from the time of his grandchildren that in 1147 his grandson Igor Olgovich was buried in the monastery of St. Simeon in Kiev alongside his father, which would be Oleg Sviatoslavich, and grandfather Sviatoslav Yaroslavich. Though there is no explicit statement that Sviatoslav founded this monastery, it is typically treated as his foundation in the secondary sources. In fact, Martin Dimnik calls it, quote, the patrimonial monastery of his descendants, end quote. Unfortunately, there's little other evidence of the monastery and its connection to the family line or the purpose to which the monastery was put by the family. Even the naming of the monastery presents a problem in this regard, as Sviatoslav Yaroslavich's Christian name was most likely Nikolai, not Simon, here referring to Fyodor's work. It has been suggested that there is a correlation between the Zbornik of 1073, which was originally made for Simeon of Bulgaria, which Sviatoslav had a copy of, and the naming of the monastery, but nothing definitively can be said, I would suggest. The next and last son of Yaroslav to succeed to the throne of Kiev was Vsevolod. In 1070, the PVL records that, quote, in this year was founded the Church of St. Michael in Vsevolod's monastery. Samuel Hazard Cross, the editor of the English version of the Chronicle, notes that this is most likely a reference to the Vidibuchi monastery. In fact, in the Hypatian version of the text, it is explicitly referred to as at Vidibuchi, which later becomes more prominent under Volodymyr Monomakh, though again there are not many references to it. Much like the monastery of St. Simeon above, this too was not founded in honor of the baptismal saint of its patron. Vsevolod's baptismal name was Andrei, as was recorded in multiple sources. In fact, we see that over a decade later, Vsevolod founded a church of St. Andrew, his patron saint, and decided a monastery for his daughter Yanka, who took holy orders. It's possible that the monastery of St. Andrew was a double monastery, as there is an abbot, Gregory, noted in the 12th century as being honored by both Volodymyr Monomakh and Mstislav Volodymyrich, the son and grandson, respectively, of Vsevolod Yaroslavich. St. Michael's is seen again in the late 11th century as a site at which members of the Volodymyrovichi clan gather to make peace amongst themselves to best face the ongoing Polovtsi attack. It is interesting in this instance that though Sviatopolk Iziaslavich was ruling in Kiev, he chose to meet with Volodymyr Monomakh at the foundation of the latter's father. Perhaps this was a gesture of respect for Volodymyr, or perhaps there was not as much connection to the particular family monasteries as has been suggested. Another piece of evidence in this regard is that neither Vsevolod nor his son Volodymyr were buried in the monastery of St. Michael. Instead, they are both interred in St. Sophia, perhaps because both died as sitting rulers of Kiev and St. Sophia was the metropolitan church. If we remove the idea of a family monastery as necropolis, it removes some of the connection with the ruling family as well as the subsequent importance. A final note on this particular family within the Volodymyrovich and their monastic impulses is that Mstislav Volodymyrovich, grandson of Vsevolod, founds his own monastery in Kiev dedicated to St. Fyodor in 1129. The implication of this is that Mstislav did not feel that he wanted or needed to add on to either of the existing clan foundations of St. Michael's or St. Andrew's, but decided instead to create his own for himself and for his family. When Mstislav's son Rostislav died in 1168, he asked to be buried in his father's monastery of St. Fyodor next to his ancestors. Given that the monastery had just been created 4 decades before, there were not many ancestors to be had there, reinforcing both the idea that the monasteries were family, not clan-based, but also the construction of the idea of the monastery as mausolea in the source base. In fact, we can see the overall brief nature of such foundations, as over 100 years later, Mstislav's great-great-grandson, Danilo Romanovich, removed icons from the monastery of St. Fyodor to transport them to his own new foundation, the Cathedral of the Assumption of the Mother of God in Cholm, thus creating another family foundation separate from that of the larger clan. This process of foundation, burial, and new foundation can be seen within this one branch of the larger clan to have progressed over multiple generations. Instead of creating a single monastery to act as a mausoleum for the family, every couple of generations, one of the members created a new monastery, once at least, pillaging from prior family monasteries in the process, all of which further reduces the idea of a long-term clan connection to the monastery. The main, often called most holy monastery in Rus was not any of these royal foundations, but instead was the Kievan Caves monastery. The Patriarch of the Kievan Caves monastery records the foundation of the monastery as well as a variety of what have been termed discourses regarding the monastic founders and participants, and of course incidentally other information in the history of Rus. Often the Patriarch coincides with information from our few chronicle records of early Rus. The Patriarch records that Antony, one of the original Eremitic monks living in a series of natural caves immediately south of Kiev, asked the ruler of Rus, Izislav Yaroslavich, for a grant of land to construct a proper monastery as the numbers of individuals had grown greater than their current situation could sustain. King Izislav agreed and deeded the monks' land, which then became the Caves Monastery. The PVL confirms the creation of the monastery in the same words as the Patriarch, indicative of either common source material or borrowing from one to the other. As was noted above, the monks of the caves prided themselves on not being founded by rulers, but, quote, by tears, fasting, prayer, and vigil. Now, the Volodymyrovichi rulers of Kiev did certainly have some influence over the Caves Monastery, but all deferred to its importance, reinforcing its pride of place, and many endowed it with lands, money, and people over the years. In fact, the Caves Monastery outstripped any of the royal foundations in Rus as the arbiter of monastic fashion. By the second half of the 11th century, the abbot of the caves was referred to as archimandrite and was superior to the other abbots within Rus. Evidence of the cave's holiness can also be construed from the number of elite burials that took place there, rather than in any royal foundation. For instance, Yevpraxia Vsevolodovna, daughter of King Vsevolod and Empress of the German Empire, was laid to rest in the Caves Monastery in 1109 after having been a nun elsewhere for several years. Later, the well-known wife of Gleb Vasislavich of Minsk, who ruled on her own for 40 years, was laid to rest in the caves alongside her husband and had potentially become a nun as well before her death. The entombment of these royals, not to mention many others in the Caves Monastery, shows the high value of the monastery itself and its draw for members of the royal family. Instead of burial in a centralized location, such as the way that contemporary Arpad rulers were buried at Shekespeare throughout the 11th and 12th centuries, or burial in family monasteries as can be seen in Constantinople or elsewhere in medieval Europe, the preference among some large stratum of the elite population was for burial at a monastery, but not one associated with any particular branch of the clan. One might suggest that such a choice of burial site reinforced the sanctity of the Caves Monastery by giving it a higher status than other monasteries, even family-founded ones. thus creating a self-perpetuating cycle in which the Holy Kings Monastery was a desirable site of burial because of its holiness, and burial there further associated you with those others who choose to be buried there because of its sanctity. Now, these examples I know just scratch the surface of the many examples of medieval monastic foundations related to the ruling families and designed to enhance their power. In my larger study, I have identified 3 themes which relate to the interesting prevalence of women as donators from royal families, as well as their continuing power over and interest in their communities. The second theme is that the idea that monasteries were founded by families as subsets within the larger ruling clan. And finally, the third, that by looking at all medieval Europe, we can see interesting trends across this territory, regardless of confessional boundary or geographical delineation. I hope that this survey of monastic foundations has demonstrated some of those themes for you today and perhaps sparked an interest in asking larger comparative questions about medieval Europe beyond East and West. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Christian.
Большое спасибо.
Very much indeed.
Because we don't have a lot of time, I think that we'll immediately pass the floor to our second guest from the UK, Alexandra Vukovic from the Oxford University. Alexandra, you're welcome. And I would like to thank the previous speaker. Thank you, thank you. Just a moment. Well, my dear colleagues, I beg your pardon, but I will have to speak in English. I haven't had the time to translate my presentation before the conference, but my slides will be in Russian. So thank you, Fyodor Borisovich, for the invitation to speak. It's a great pity that I'll have to speak in English. Ancient Russian succession, the procedure between Scandinavia and Byzantium. And now to English.
And other rituals of inauguration.
I'm sorry?
Okay. Извините, пожалуйста.
Oh, I'm really sorry.
Okay. The enthronements and other rituals of inauguration to install new rulers are represented in the Chronicles of Rus, beginning in the 11th century. Inauguration accounts in the early Chronicles of Rus describe the installation of a new ruler at a seat in the polities of Rus. Although the focus of the accounts is largely on the seat of Kiev, 12th century chronicles also describe inaugurations in the north of Rus. Most inauguration accounts in the Chronicles of Rus provide only the most basic information about ritual, insisting solely on the act of sitting, сидение на столе, on an ancestral seat with very little information about spectatorship, the architectural setting, spectatorship, ceremonial objects, or even the gestures of the princes and rulers of various seats of Rus, and other elements usually associated with inauguration in the more general medieval period. It is perhaps due to the laconic nature of chronicle accounts of enthronements in early Rus that historians of pre-Mongol Rus have largely focused on the theoretical systems of succession in Rus. To make sense of the increasingly complicated configurations for the succession of the rulers to the thrones of Rus, principalities, or rather than discussing the mechanics of power and rights of succession in Rus. the shaping of information in the pre-Christian portion of the Pulvis Feminiklet, which is consistent with the archaeology of early settlements in Rus, relates the implantation of people from the medieval Scandinavian world in Rus, the so-called Varangians Vayagi, or Eastern Vikings. Without entering into the now centuries-old argument of the provenance of the Rus, whether Slav, steppe nomad, Varangian, or a mix of all of these and other people besides, I will focus on the possible provenance and evolution of enthronement within a mixed cultural framework of representation. So I will revisit some existing claims about the ritual world of Rus and what this can relate about the provenance of at least a portion of Rus society, as well as how the dominant ritual landscape for the practice of political power was shaped throughout the pre-Mongol period. So the act of sitting, the sidienie, or being seated on the throne, represents the constitutive event and ritual mainstay of inauguration according to the accounts of Rus. Narrative sources, both chronicles, hagiographies, imply, such as the hagiography of Boris Igleb, imply that enthronement was a ritual predating the advent of Christianity. These are some examples. In 1015, following the death of Vladimir Sviatoslavich, the first Christian prince of Novgorod and Kiev, Boris Vladimirovich, one of his sons and pretenders to the throne of Kiev, is told by his retainers, "Go to Kiev and sit upon the throne of your forefathers," which you see here. Prior to any discussion of a rationalized system of succession for the throne of Kiev, the first Testament account regulating succession is that of Yaroslav Vladimirovich in 1054. The behest of Boris Vladimirovich's retainers implies that entering Kiev and sitting upon the ancestral throne, the stol, would enhance the prince's political legitimacy and imply that he had officially succeeded to his father. So, of the 25 princes or rulers of Kiev who occasionally, kнязи really, who occasionally required second or third enthronements, having previously been ousted by a brother or an uncle or a cousin, the first 7 are described in the Pulvis Feminiklet and receive a notably different treatment from those described in the Kievskaya Letopis, the Kievan Chronicle, and the Vladimir Suzdalian Chronicle. In the Pulvis Feminiklet, the enthronements of the successors to Vladimir Sviatoslavich, who died in 1015, Yaroslav, Izyaslav, and Vsevolod receive the most perfunctory treatment without information regarding the place, participants, or ritual elements of the enthronement ceremony. The enthronements of the earliest Christian kнязи of Rus, Sviatopolk, Yaroslav, Izyaslav, Sviatoslav, and Vsevolod, generally follow the formula of kняz X entered Kiev and sat on the throne of his ancestors, his father or grandfather, and he began to rule. So every kняz who is enthroned, he sits or is seated upon a seat or throne in Kiev or somewhere else. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding the enthronement or the political climate represented in the chronicles. For example, the notion of sitting, of sidienie, is articulated in the Pulvis Feminiklet for the reign of Vsevolod Yaroslavich in the year 1078, when, as you can read, Vsevolod sat upon the throne of his father and his brother in Kiev, having assumed all authority in Kiev. In the Laurentian Chronicle, the Laurentiskaya Letopis, this episode is articulated simply as he, Vsevolod, sat in their manner of the ancestors, on the throne. Thus, the formula is replicated in the chronicles of Rus throughout the pre-Mongol period, undifferentiated between chronicle traditions, irrespective of the circumstances of the enthronement. So the failure of ritual of enthronement lies in disquisitions on the breaking of oaths made between princes to uphold a certain line of succession, denoting a chronicler's disapprobation of the events that have transpired. It may be that oaths to uphold succession made by kissing the cross, so крестоцелование, or icons were more demonstrative of a political culture that had adopted Christian artifacts for its practice, while enthronements reflected the internal logic of dynastic politics, enhancing or limiting the role of the church according to individual preference or requirement. But this is very speculative. Oath-takings generally accompany the arrangements made ahead of an enthronement rather than occurring at the moment of enthronement itself. So, as you can read here, in the year 1146, Vsevolod Olgovich made arrangements based on an 11th century precedent for his brother to succeed him on the throne of Kiev. And you can read, Vsevolod sent for his brothers, for Igor and Sviatoslav, and for the Davidovichi, for Vladimir and Izyaslav, and they came to Kiev. Vladimir Monomakh appointed Mstislav, his son, to rule after him in Kiev, and Mstislav appointed Yaropolk, his brother. And I pray that if God takes me, I give Kiev to my brother Igor after myself. Having deliberated a great deal, Izyaslav Mstislavich had to kiss the cross. All the brothers were seated in Vsevolod's hall, and Vsevolod said to them, Igor, kiss the cross, that you will engage with the brothers in love. And Vsevolod and Sviatoslav and Izyaslav kissed the cross to Igor so that he can begin to treat with you of his own volition and not out of necessity. And they kissed the cross in all love. Along with enthronement and ceremonial entries into cities, oath-taking is one of the key customs that seems to have regulated power relations between kнязи. With time, narrative embellishments occur for Stalonaslедие, albeit inconsistently in the chronicle accounts of enthronements in the late 11th and 12th centuries. For the enthronement of Sviatopolk Izyslavich in the year 1093, the event is described here. As Sviatopolk approached Kiev, the Kievans ventured out to greet him with gifts. And he rode to them with joy and sat upon the throne of his father and his uncle. The innovation in the narrative of 1093 is the presence of the Kievans, the Kievan people, who come out bearing gifts, and they meet Sviatopolk upon his entry. The added element to a 12th century enthronement narrative includes the stating of dynastic legitimacy and divine legitimacy embodied by the presence of clergy, ritual oath-taking, and the rhetoric of divine approbation. Where all of these factors are present, for example, in the enthronement of Vladimir Monomakh in 1113, a prince's legitimacy is made rhetorically, at least, inviolable. So, as you can read, the beginning of the reign of Vladimir, the son of Vsevolod, Vladimir Monomakh, sat on the throne of Kiev on Sunday, and the Metropolitan Nicephorus, with the bishops and with all the people of Kiev, came out to meet him with great honor. He sat on the throne of his father and his forefathers, and all the people rejoiced greatly. The violation of ritual through the omission of clear dynastic precedent, the absence of enthronement, the absence of ritual of oath-taking, so крестоцелование, and the absence of members of clergy, along with the people of Kiev, which is the case for 11 out of 18 of the princes of Kiev, while not a clear injunction, implies an inconsistency and informal, maybe, disapprobation for a newly installed prince. In entries from the 12th century, Kievskaya Letopis, other elements appear in the narrative, such as ceremonial processions, enthronement at a church, the presence of churchmen, and the making of promises on a cross or an icon. But where does all of this come from? In official representations of imperial figures, for example, in the Byzantine Empire, Byzantine emperors were rarely represented seated on thrones or ceremonial seats. And there are no known depictions of an enthroned emperor on Byzantine coins after the 4th and 5th century. In an article that appeared in Viking and Medieval Scandinavia, I argue against a Byzantine provenance for this ritual. Rus coins, on the other hand, feature the early kнязи of Rus, Vladimir Sviatoslavich, who died in 1015, and Sviatopolk Vladimirich in 1019. We see these princes seated, as you can see on the coin of Vladimir Sviatoslavich, on cella-type seats and lyre-back thrones, accompanied by an inscription that reads, Vladimir Sviatopolk on the throne, Vladimir na stole. So you can see similarities with Byzantine coins, but there is this very clear difference. And these are the thrones that I'm talking about. So we see such thrones on Byzantine coins, but not Byzantine coins that were available in Rus, and certainly not Byzantine coins after late antiquity. Although the enthroned princes of Rus borrow the imperial insignia, chlamys with a fibula, imperial stemma with prependulia, akakia, and the bust of Christ on the obverse from Byzantine coins, the inscriptions, the enthroned figures, and the trident-like heraldic symbol, which you see here, sometimes called the tamga, all point to local political features, although the tamga points to a steppe provenance, because tamgi are often found as far as Sogdiana and Transoxiana, certainly from late antiquity onwards. Although Byzantine coins showing the seated figures of Christ and the Mother of God were rare in Rus, there may have been some influence on the depiction of the throne, specifically as a ritual object, on Byzantine iconographic types, which were known in Rus. It is entirely unlikely that the princes of Rus attempted to arrogate the authority of the Byzantine emperor, and certainly not that of Christ. This adoption of Byzantine imperial symbols of power, is suggestive of a process of appropriation of Byzantine political forms to illustrate the authority and autonomy of the princes of Rus, and to convey the meaning of that authority using both local symbols, so the legend of Vladimir na stole, or the princely symbol. However, these local symbols and those of the most significant regional political entities. So these are symbols that are very much part of the internal logic of Rus rather than something borrowed. However, there is obviously a symbolic mix. The coins of the early princes of Rus are semantically eloquent artifacts that describe a degree of purpose and deliberation meant to communicate self-identity by depicting both how the early princes of Rus wanted to be seen and recognized as rulers within the local context. This authority was signaled by heraldic symbols, religious imagery, and the enthroned, or the knyaz enthroned, the knyaz na stole. So a further representation of authority exercised from a ritual seat is signaled in the very earliest accounts of pre-Christian Rus, the kind of territory that would become Rus, prior to the period of sustained contact with Constantinople. So we can cite, for example, the 922 account by Ibn Fadlan, which describes the Hall of the Kings of Rus. And this emphasizes the association of the ruler of Rus with a ceremonial seat, a stol. One of the customs, so I read, one of the customs of the king of Rus is to have 400 men in his palace. These 400 men sit below the king's throne, which is immense and encrusted with the finest gems. 40 slave girls destined for his bed sit by him. If he wants to ride, his horse is led right up to the throne and he mounts. If he wants to dismount, he has the horse move forward so that he can get down directly onto the throne. Despite the hyperbolic nature of this account, it accentuates the significance of the ruler's association with the ceremonial seat as the principal signifier of his authority. To such an extent, according to Ibn Fadlan, that the prince rarely physically leaves the seat. The prince's ceremonial seat is characterized both as the most prominent place in the socio-political hierarchy and as the place from which authority issues. So based on these observations, there are parallels to be drawn with medieval Scandinavia, where the representation of ceremonial seats conveyed a magical realist authority. In the king's sagas, the Konungasogur, ritualized sitting on an ancestral seat occurs at funeral feasts where the deceased's heir formally succeeds to his patrimony by sitting on the seat of his forefathers. In the Ynglinga saga, following the death of a king or a jarl, the heir holds a feast and sits on the step in front of the ceremonial seat until the cup, the bragarfull, is brought. And here you have a description of that, but since I'm running out of time, I won't read it. So following this ritual, which involves the making of oaths, the heir is conducted to sit atop a ceremonial seat. So just to conclude very briefly, the early ritual of succession in Rus shares a symbolic framework and receives a narrative treatment similar to that which can be found in documents such as the sagas, the Old Norse sagas. Despite the Byzantine political forms visually incorporated both sometimes in text but more in material culture, the differences between Byzantine notions of imperial power and inauguration shaped by classical references and cast within an Eastern Christian framework, and those of Rus lie in the fact that Rus did not emerge directly out of the Greco-Roman symbolic system. Rus developed a mixed set of cultural reference that more closely resembled the practices discernible in the sagas and the material world of the Vikings, and beyond that, medieval Europe, which is something that our first speaker has argued quite convincingly. And I see that I'm out of time, so thank you for your attention. Spasiba.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, for splendid paper. Thank you so much. I'm afraid we have no time left for questions, but I have to ask first, probably.
Do we have time for questions? It looks like we don't. Okay.
I'm not sure we have time for questions. Anyway, I would like to thank you, both of you, for excellent, splendid papers. And actually, I was going to ask you, what are you going to do with those papers? Don't you want to publish it somewhere here in Russia? I would like to invite you for a but I don't know about anything about just think about it. Okay, we can. I will email you about this. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the participation.
With this, we are wrapping up today's meeting. Many thanks to all the participants and the viewers. I am hoping that this has been informative and useful for you. All the best to you. Bye-bye.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
В Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации проходит Гайдаровский форум, который в начале года традиционно задает вектор общественной и научной дискуссии. Здесь собираются известные эксперты, представители органов власти, общественные и политические деятели, предприниматели из разных стран мира. Гайдаровский форум открывает обсуждение деловой повестки на ближайший год. Для гостей из-за рубежа форум выступает важным источником информации о главных тенденциях социально-экономического и политического развития, состоянии бизнес-среды и инвестиционного климата России. В ходе открытых и плодотворных дискуссий участники форума смогут обменяться положительным опытом и лучшими мировыми практиками, предложить конструктивные подходы к решению приоритетных ключевых задач, стоящих перед Россией и миром на старте нового года, нового десятилетия. Ключевая тема форума этого года – «Россия и мир после пандемии». Какие уроки мы извлекли с 2020 года? Что нас ждет после пандемии и как мы можем подготовиться к этим изменениям? Станет ли дистанционная занятость будущей моделью рынка труда? Как ограничения и принятые в условиях пандемии законы повлияют на права и свободы граждан? кто является реальным бенефициаром пандемии в долгосрочной перспективе, а также глобальные вызовы десятилетия и национальные приоритеты России. Эти и многие другие вопросы будут обсуждаться экспертами форума. Смотрите прямые трансляции 14 и 15 января. Россия и мир после пандемии. Гайдаровский форум. Не пропустите.
Уважаемые коллеги, я рада приветствовать всех вас.
Colleagues, I'm happy to welcome all of you at this very important event, the first of the business forums of this year. I'd like to thank the organizers for a chance to speak so in this new virtual format. So the project of the prospects and the vectors of future development, so as everyone is asking these questions, so whether the priorities have changed, whether the new drivers appeared, and where they will lead Russia, Russian, global and European energy market. So last year just expanded our notions of volatility of the market, including the energy market. So the first half year, so we watched a horrible collapse of the market, and then all of a sudden we see its resumption. We saw its resumption. So we can judge why it happened this way. And so one of the vulnerable points for the balance of the gas European market that identified in 2020, so the import contracts present a short spot pricing. So the spot indices, so they were called gold standard adequate, so that guarantee equal competition. And the last year went to prove how high the volatility of those indices is. So the European hubs, so then one day forward the contracts they went down 5 times, and the Q2 went up 6 times. So then a great deal of volatility of the contracts 1 month forward. So the main destabilizing market is the spot deliveries of LNG without the destination. So then, and the excess of the reduction of the prices and the delivery and the volumes of the LNG delivery to Europe went up. So then the prices went down. The exporters of LNG continued to bring to the market record volumes. And only when the prices stopped to cover costs of the export of the LNG, it actually left the market. And in Q4, the majority of LNG went to Asia. So where, so there was, where the different market appeared in November, December. So the advent of LNG became one of the reasons of the growth of spot quotations in the European hubs. Thus, in the spring, so there was too much LNG, and that was oversaturated when the market resumed in Q4. So it actually contributed to the volatility and the high prices. So in many cases, it turned out so that the strengths are its weaknesses. The LNG can reach the most remote markets. That's why in every specific period, its exporters are trying just to sell where they can get the highest prices. Under conditions and the crisis situation of the last year, so the ball, well, not in of the suppliers, but of the customers. So that's why they had to take the responsibility and start to take measures to stabilize the market, even if it went counter to their own short-term commercial interests. Naturally, so the instability that appeared in pricing so was a big weakness of the work of our market. So high and very difficult forecasting. So provides some very difficult ideas of what the market looks like, which undermines the interest of investors to the industry. So the pandemic aggravated the situation and brought about the reduction of investments in oil and gas by 30%. So thus, last year, only one investment decision was made on new LNG project. Only one. Eventually, so investments in our industry so come face to face with serious political pressure, especially in Europe. Instability of the global gas markets identifies strong sides of the long-term gas contracts. The pricing is more predictable, much better forecasted, because this kind of indexing, if it's connected to the hubs, so we use contracts with long periods of delivery, which are much better, which are less vulnerable to very many changes of the market. By the end of the year, so the prices went down, were lower than the spot quotations in the spot markets, which actually stimulated our exports. Our trade portfolio is intending just to form long-term contracts, so which is the main guarantor of the reliability and stability, and spot delivery deliveries which respond very quickly to the changes of the market situation. So then the electronic platform operator Gazprom export has been adjusted to the new reality and contributed to the stabilization of the market. For example, starting from May, so we offer only contracts with a delivery term more than a month to reduce the pressure on spot prices. So such initiative was adopted very well and was received very well. So during 2020, the company sold through the trading more than 60 billion BCMs, which is 1.8 times higher than 2019 through the trading game. And so then the Gazprom risked and actually that justified. So starting from Q3, the volume of exports increased and even was higher than the pre-crisis indicators. So we honored all our commitments to the importers and maintained the market share at 33%. In 2020, we signed 2 long-term contracts for the delivery of gas to Germany and Greece. And by the results of the year, Gazprom delivered to Europe and Turkey about 175 BCMs. And I think that this is a very impressive figure, very good result, remembering the difficult conditions that we were in. So the market predictability, everyone is interested. Not only Gazprom is interested, the largest supplier. It's in the interest of everyone, predictability is. And so one main lesson we can draw from it. So even when very decisive measures are taken in the future, we cannot allow to lose the rational logic of the workings of the market, even if you take very drastic decisions. So then the growing interest to revolutionary decisions. But when we talk to the industry, which actually ties in the entire economy, I think that evolutionary approach is much better than revolutionary. 2020 showed that the natural gas market was less volatile than the oil market, and even managed to handle the very serious shocks. This is a very important quality that should serve the interests of the entire energy sector. So gas has once again proved a very good, reliable source of energy, and has come out of the crisis, exited the crisis with good indicators. Gas plus innovation. So this is the wonderful combination for the evolutionary building of the energy sector. Just in the last year, so getting clean hydrogen, so then the natural gas can be used to get hydrogen. So we have already economical and very efficient and clean technologies. Gas must and should be the key fuel in the global energy. That is why so gas deserves investment support for all these reasons, not only as one of the energy products, but as a source of the stability for the economy. Today in Europe, so we're discussing the regulation which will determine the criteria of the sustainable development for the investments. So assuming the principles of the green course and achieving the goals of decarbonization of the economy by 2050, we see that the potential for decarbonization of the economy, which is available right now, using the natural course, it gives us every reason to become a very sustainable source of measures that would attain these goals. So our approach is rational, a non-discriminatory approach to the principles of investments and the course of development of the economy in general. Dear colleagues, so last year proved once again that one of the main instruments of stabilization and sustainability may help to bring the market out of crisis, and that all these principles will become a main reason for building new technological, ecological, efficient and protected economy from shocks. Thank you very much for your attention. I was happy to see you all here in this new video format at the Gaidar Forum. Thank you.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
В Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации проходит Гайдаровский форум, который в начале года традиционно задает вектор общественной и научной дискуссии. Здесь собираются известные эксперты, представители органов власти, общественные и политические деятели, предприниматели из разных стран мира. Гайдаровский форум открывает обсуждение деловой повестки на ближайший год. Для гостей из-за рубежа форум выступает важным источником информации о главных тенденциях социально-экономического и политического развития, состоянии бизнес-среды и инвестиционного климата России. В ходе открытых и плодотворных дискуссий участники форума смогут обменяться положительным опытом и лучшими мировыми практиками, предложить конструктивные подходы к решению приоритетных ключевых задач, стоящих перед Россией и миром на старте нового года, нового десятилетия. Ключевая тема форума этого года – «Россия и мир после пандемии». Какие уроки мы извлекли с 2020 года? Что нас ждет после пандемии и как мы можем подготовиться к этим изменениям? Станет ли дистанционная занятость будущей моделью рынка труда? Как ограничения и принятые в условиях пандемии законы повлияют на права и свободы граждан? кто является реальным бенефициаром пандемии в долгосрочной перспективе, а также глобальные вызовы десятилетия и национальные приоритеты России. Эти и многие другие вопросы будут обсуждаться экспертами форума. Смотрите прямые трансляции 14 и 15 января. Россия и мир после пандемии. Гайдаровский форум. Не пропустите.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья.
Buonasera cari colleghi, cari amici, per noi è un grande onore di essere presenti qua con l'ospite di livello internazionale, di fama mondiale, un noto cantante Andrea Bocelli. Io vorrei salutarvi tutti a nome dell'Accademia dell'Economia Nazionale presso l'amministrazione del Presidente della Federazione Russa, a nome del Rettore Vladimir Mao, e voglio esprimere la gratitudine al signor Bocelli di aver trovato il tempo per essere qui con noi e parlare di un tema estremamente interessante, cioè il ruolo della cultura e dell'arte nel sistema dei rapporti internazionali. Quindi noi parliamo in russo con la traduzione in simultanea.
Grazie di essere venuto, benvenuto al Forum Gaidar e aver trovato il tempo per questo colloquio con noi.
Sono io che vi ringrazio e lasciatemi dire subito che mi sento anche abbastanza indegno di parlare in un consesso come questo. Cercherò di dare il mio contributo nel modo più semplice e più onesto che potrò.
Grazie molte, siamo sicuri che sarà un contributo prezioso e veramente importante, tanto più in un momento difficile e particolare come questo. Passo subito a iniziare questa nostra conversazione rivolgendoti una prima domanda che non posso non toccare e riguarda il tema del coronavirus e della pandemia. Ecco, sappiamo che tutti i cittadini soffrono questa situazione, ma è una situazione che viene sofferta, in particolare si è abbattuta, in particolare sul mondo culturale, sul mondo musicale. Ecco, un artista del tuo livello, come vive questo periodo difficile?
Inizio col dire che sono stato tra i primi ad avere il coronavirus. Sono stato positivo proprio agli inizi del lockdown, cioè agli inizi di marzo. Fortunatamente rientro tra quei fortunati che sono rimasti, sono verificati poi asintomatici rispetto al virus, sia io sia tutto il resto della mia famiglia. Quello che mi ha colpito è quello che è accaduto di lì a poco, perché noi, la mia generazione, ha avuto la fortuna di non vivere la guerra. Io sono del 58, l'ultima guerra che si è vista in Italia era finita 13 anni prima. E i racconti che ho sentito dai nonni, insomma, da chi la guerra l'aveva vissuta, sono racconti lontani, sembrano appartenere a una fiaba, no? Improvvisamente noi ci siamo trovati in una situazione che non era così distante dalle situazioni di guerra. C'è stato un coprifuoco, c'è stato l'obbligo di rimanere a casa. Sono cose che per chi è vissuto in un paese democratico, in un paese libero, non sono facilmente comprensibili. Quindi da un momento all'altro la nostra situazione, il nostro status, la nostra situazione è totalmente cambiata. È stata un'esperienza di vita veramente degna di nota. E allora, siccome la pandemia ha colpito soprattutto, lasciatemi dire, il mondo dell'arte, il mondo della musica in particolare, io credo che noi dobbiamo trovare il modo di volgere questa situazione in positivo, cioè riuscire a trovare il modo di uscire migliori da questa situazione. E non sarà facile, perché la pandemia, a mio modo di vedere, per il momento ha tirato fuori il peggio di noi, o perlomeno tanti di noi, perché la paura gioca dei brutti scherzi sulla psiche. Ma col tempo, elaborando questa situazione, ciascuno di noi deve trovare il modo di volgere anche questa esperienza in positivo.
Indubbiamente, certo, non è facile, ma la lunga durata di questa situazione costringe anche in qualche modo a trovare nuove formule di adattamento, di coabitazione e di coesistenza tra i cittadini, e in questo l'arte, la musica, senz'altro possono rappresentare un elemento di aiuto e anche un elemento di sviluppo positivo, diciamo, per l'umanità in questa era nuova.
Assolutamente sì, però non si può dimenticare due cose, non si possono dimenticare due cose. La prima è che la musica fa bene se si fa uso di musica e non abuso. Questo è un concetto che ho tante volte ribadito, l'ho detto ai miei figli, eccetera, perché la musica ha grandi e reali poteri terapeutici. La musica può guarire da tante cose. Se si fa uso di musica e non abuso, perché se si fa abuso, allora la musica perde ogni suo benefico effetto. Il secondo aspetto è che la musica offre all'uomo i suoi frutti migliori se si può ascoltare nel modo più naturale possibile, cioè dal vivo, cioè ascoltando il suono di uno strumento o di una voce così come è stato creato, come natura lo vuole, come natura lo offre. E quindi la speranza è di poter tornare a fare musica il più presto possibile.
Ecco, questa tua ultima considerazione mi introduce un po' alla seconda domanda che avrei voluto porti, vale a dire una riflessione sul ruolo che la cultura in generale e la musica anche in particolare hanno avuto sia nelle relazioni interpersonali, quindi tra le persone, veramente anche suscitando delle emozioni e creando dei contesti in cui stabilire rapporti cambia completamente rispetto a un contesto privo di musica o privo di arte, e addirittura a livello internazionale. Ci sono stati dei consessi, dei momenti anche difficili in cui grandi occasioni culturali hanno rappresentato momenti di svolta. Ecco, questo, anche l'esigenza di cui tu parlavi, di sentire la musica dal vivo, di poterla apprezzare, come dire, nella sua purezza, vale ancora, e come si sposa con le nuove tecnologie, per esempio?
La musica ha un'influenza, come dicevo, concreta, reale sull'animo umano, e lo sapevano già perfino i nostri antenati romani. Se si pensa che Catone Oticense, ad esempio, si raccomandava che i soldati non ascoltassero musica, perché la musica addolcisce l'animo, la musica rende meno belligeranti, no? Da questo punto di vista ci rende migliori se non vogliamo un paese in guerra. Se abbiamo bisogno di soldati, allora è meglio che la musica non si ascolti, perché la musica ha questa forte incidenza sull'animo umano. Quindi, siccome è un fatto ormai anche scientificamente assodato, la musica io credo abbia ancora oggi, e oggi forse più di prima, una funzione importante. La tecnologia ha abbattuto molte barriere, perché prima, una volta si poteva ascoltare la musica solo in teatro, quindi era per pochi. La musica era un dono per pochi. Oggi, con le tecnologie a nostra disposizione, possiamo ascoltare musica a un livello che si avvicina a quello di cui parlavo prima, cioè al modo naturale di ascoltare musica, e quindi riesce a avere un'influenza positiva anche tra le quattro mura di casa.
Beh, questo ha rappresentato anche, se vogliamo, una democratizzazione, diciamo, della cultura e della musica, senza svilirla, questo è l'importante.
La tecnologia usata bene è un enorme vantaggio, è uno strumento buono, un ottimo strumento in mano agli uomini. Pensiamo che oggi in uno smartphone possono starci migliaia di libri. Una volta bisognava raggiungere una biblioteca, no? Arrampicarsi su una scala e andare a cercare il libro che si voleva, con la speranza di trovarlo. No? Oggi si va su internet, oppure semplicemente l'abbiamo già scaricato sulla memoria del nostro smartphone, e abbiamo in tasca tutto quello di cui abbiamo desiderio. Quindi quello che serve è la buona volontà.
Eh sì, quello è sempre un elemento, una costante, diciamo, in tutte le epoche e in tutte le condizioni della storia umana.
E guarda che non è che le agevolazioni non migliorano le cose in sé per sé, perché ricordiamoci che i grandi compositori, dai grandi russi, passando per gli italiani e tutti i tedeschi, i francesi, non avevano a disposizione questi strumenti. Oggi che ce li abbiamo, non necessariamente facciamo dei grandi passi avanti in questo senso. Quindi sicuramente per chi fruisce di musica ci sono dei grandissimi vantaggi, ma per chi concretamente crea, cioè per chi compone, quello resta un dono del cielo. Sì. E il dono del cielo prescinde completamente dallo sviluppo tecnologico.
Grazie molte. Ora vorrei spostarti anche, diciamo, sentimentalmente e geograficamente, seppure in modo virtuale, sul paese che ospita, diciamo, la manifestazione alla quale stiamo partecipando, cioè la Federazione Russa. Io so che tu hai con la Russia un rapporto particolare.
Allora io vorrei dire, sì, io ho un rapporto speciale, di affetto per il vostro popolo, per il vostro paese, per due ragioni. La prima è che il mio precettore, l'uomo a cui devo tutto quel poco che so, fu liberato dai russi in Germania, portato in Russia, imparò il russo e poi tornò in Italia e conservò un affetto, un amore, un'ammirazione per questo popolo. E lui me l'ha trasmesso, tant'è che da allora io mi sono appassionato alla letteratura russa, che resta l'espressione più alta della letteratura mondiale. E scrittori, nessun paese al mondo vanta scrittori della levatura di Tolstoi, di Dostoevsky, di Gogol, di Chekhov, di Pushkin, chi ne metta, no? Non più tardi stanotte rileggevo quel bellissimo lungo racconto che in italiano si intitola Le notti bianche di Fyodor Dostoevsky. No? Non è a caso, non c'è niente di casuale in questo mondo. Un paese che ha dato i natali a dei giganti come questi deve avere qualcosa di speciale.
Indubbiamente questo suggerisce anche forse una nuova definizione. La Federazione Russa rappresenta storicamente al giorno di oggi una grande potenza sulla scena internazionale in termini geopolitici, in termini militari, in termini economici. Non bisogna forse trascurare la sua dimensione di grande potenza anche culturale.
Io credo che abbia più rilevanza questo secondo aspetto del primo, no? Ed è veramente auspicabile che i russi mantengano salde il rapporto con le proprie radici. Io ho un sogno, il sogno di visitare la tomba di Tolstoi a Jasna Poliana. Ci ho provato tante volte, ogni volta che sono venuto in Russia ho provato a organizzare un viaggio là e non ci sono ancora riuscito. Ma Tolstoi è un uomo che ha cambiato un po' la mia vita. Ha cambiata non soltanto con i suoi grandi romanzi, Guerra e Pace, Resurrezione, Anna Karenina, eccetera, ma anche e soprattutto con due piccoli, immensi capolavori che rispondono al titolo di Le Confessioni e La Sonata a Kreuz. Sono due libri che se si leggono con profondità ti cambiano la vita.
Beh, noi prenderemo nota, diciamo, organizzeremo senz'altro la visita a Jasna Poliana alla prima occasione, diciamo, alla prossima venuta a Mosca. Ecco, la tua arte, diciamo, la tua opera è apprezzata, diciamo, e seguita con grandissimo interesse in tutto il mondo sostanzialmente. Io però devo dire che con i miei occhi ho potuto vedere quanto in Russia tu sia amato, ascoltato, direi quasi fanaticamente proprio seguito nelle tue tournée. Ecco, ricordi come è cominciata la tua esperienza in Russia?
Io sono venuto in Russia per la prima volta, se non vado errato, nel 1994, per registrare un disco con l'orchestra della radio di Mosca diretta da Vladimir Fedoseev e fu un'esperienza fantastica, perché i musicisti russi sono straordinari, perché percepivo il loro amore e rispetto per la nostra musica, per la musica italiana, e lì è nato subito quel rapporto che ancora oggi mi lega con il vostro paese.
E fra l'altro ricordo che quando ti hanno conferito una laurea honoris causa...
Vabbè, questa è una storia mi lasciai convincere a farmi consegnare questa laurea d'onore e l'ultimo giorno mi resi conto che avrei dovuto comunque affrontare una Lexio Dottoralis, no? In pubblico, e mi ero raccomandato che ciò non dovesse essere necessario, invece il protocollo prevede questo. E quindi all'ultimo momento pensai di parlare di una delle cose che amo di più, di letteratura russa. E cominciai a parlare ai ragazzi, perché questo speech, si direbbe oggi, venne effettuato in piazza, all'aperto, davanti a una nutrita rappresentanza di popolo, quindi c'erano anche tanti giovani. E allora io cercai di trasmettere ai ragazzi l'importanza, la bellezza della letteratura russa.
Quindi si può dire che la Russia e la sua letteratura ti sono venute in aiuto in quell'occasione?
Assolutamente sì, assolutamente sì.
Ecco, questo introduce ulteriormente a un'altra domanda. Io ricordo, fra i grandi scrittori tu hai citato Gogol, il quale disse a suo tempo che soltanto a Roma era possibile capire veramente la Russia, quindi c'era una sorta di compenetrazione della cultura italiana, del popolo italiano e della cultura e del popolo russo che, se vogliamo, continua ancora. Te come vedi?
Mi è difficile immaginare che tipo di Roma visitò Gogol all'epoca, no? Il fatto è che ancora oggi io ho in mente, mi sembra di conoscere personalmente il protagonista del suo libro più importante, Anime Morte, no? Questo signor Cicikov, no? Che circolava per la Russia e vendeva anime morte di fatto, e che in fondo al libro c'è questa raccomandazione di Gogol che dice: guardate che questo personaggio non è così immaginario, perché ci sono tanti Cicikov in tutte le nostre società, in tutti i nostri consessi, perciò era una raccomandazione, un consiglio, aprire gli occhi e guardarsi sempre attorno. La grandezza di questi scrittori è che, leggendo i loro libri, te non ti senti mai straniero in Russia. Non ti senti mai straniero in Russia perché i personaggi che loro descrivono sono universali.
Grazie per queste bellissime parole, veramente davvero parole vere, perché la Russia, per la sua natura, per la sua storia, rappresenta il frutto dell'incontro di popoli, di culture estremamente differenti, che però si sono sapute amalgamare, che hanno dato vita a questo miracolo, se vogliamo, della storia e della geografia, che è oggi questo immenso paese di 17 milioni di chilometri quadrati, con tutte le specificità che noi conosciamo in tutti i campi. Ecco, te hai avuto anche però modo, diciamo, privilegio se vogliamo, di conoscere questo paese e tanti altri paesi del mondo fino ai livelli più alti, perché so che hai avuto il piacere di essere a tavola con il presidente Vladimir Putin.
Sì, ho avuto l'opportunità di incontrarlo di persona e sono rimasto veramente colpito dalla personalità di quest'uomo, che non tocca a me di descrivere perché non ho le qualità dello psicologo per descrivere un uomo così fatto, ma è certamente un uomo che Machiavelli avrebbe conosciuto e descritto volentieri, perché è un uomo che ha il senso dello Stato come nessun altro forse al mondo ha.
Che essendo poi lui giunto, diciamo, alla carica di presidente in un momento anche particolarmente difficile per la Russia, con il separatismo in Cecenia, il terrorismo, prima ancora che diventasse, dopo il 2001 tutto il mondo ha saputo che cos'era il terrorismo, islamico, la Russia l'ha saputo già prima.
Assolutamente sì, e siccome contano i fatti assai più delle parole, lui ha dimostrato come si fronteggiano questi fenomeni.
Assolutamente. Ecco, e tu dovessi tracciare un paragone, perché sei moltissimo apprezzato anche negli Stati Uniti, e penso che in più di un'occasione sei stato alla Casa Bianca, hai incontrato i leader americani. Hai avuto tu dovessi fare un'analisi comparata di queste due esperienze o anche di altre che ti
alzerei le braccia. Alzare le braccia è troppo difficile, perché
per quello che tu hai sentito.
Intanto perché io detesto l'idea che tutti possano parlare di tutto, no? E non è per il motivo che uno ha raggiunto la notorietà in un campo che si possa permettere di affrontare argomenti più svariati, no? E dire tutto quello che gli passa per la mente, anche se lo dice onestamente. Io non saprei fare in modo diverso, però per parlare e fare comparazioni specialmente bisogna conoscere le cose a fondo. È vero che io ho incontrato diversi presidenti americani, in particolare ho avuto rapporti di quasi amicizia con Bill Clinton, ma ho incontrato anche Bush, alla cui inauguration partecipai, e poi naturalmente anche Trump, perché Donald Trump fu il mio fan prima di diventare presidente. Era seduto in prima fila quando mi capitò l'avventura di fare il concerto a Central Park. Quindi li ho incontrati, ma incontrare una persona non ha nessun significato sul piano del giudizio che puoi avere di questa persona, perché tante volte non bastano 20 anni per dire conosco quella persona. Quindi, e poi fare comparazioni del genere significherebbe conoscere veramente bene la storia, la società, tutte cose che io conosco molto in superficie, specialmente per il tipo di attività che faccio. Purtroppo io ti potrei parlare con una certa competenza degli hotel, gli hotel russi, questo sì, perché li ho vissuti tanto, ma questo è troppo poco per poter parlare seriamente di questioni sociali e politiche.
Beh, una serietà ulteriormente ammirevole la tua, tra l'altro nelle parole di quello che è nei fatti anche non solo un artista, un grande cantante, ma un ambasciatore, addirittura direi non solo dell'Italia, ma un ambasciatore della cultura europea nel mondo, perché poi...
Guarda che in quello che ho detto poi mi sono anche arrischiato a dire quello che ho detto, perché in fondo c'è politica anche in quello che ho detto, perché oggi assistiamo al fenomeno dilagante dei social, no? Nei social esiste questo problema che andrà affrontato in futuro, io credo, e il problema che dicevo prima, che tutti possono parlare di tutto indiscriminatamente e hanno tutti quanti lo stesso peso. Ma questo non funziona in termini pratici, perché a questo livello dovrebbe accadere quello che accade quando uno cerca un medico per operarsi o un avvocato per farsi difendere, no? Ciascuno di noi auspica di avere davanti a sé il miglior medico quando non sta bene, no? O il miglior avvocato quando deve farsi difendere. Lo stesso discorso vale per tutte le manifestazioni umane, e prima di parlare uno dovrebbe sempre pensare molto. Sì, ciascuno di noi dovrebbe, al contrario di quello che stiamo facendo ora in questo momento, pensare molto e parlare poco.
Beh, soprattutto in certi ambienti, anche noi osserviamo la situazione internazionale su fronti diversi, forse ha raggiunto picchi di tensione, anche perché c'è una certa fretta nel prendere posizioni, quando invece sarebbe auspicabile una riflessione più approfondita.
Ognuno di noi è come un cerino che quando parla può potenzialmente accendere un fuoco, e questo è molto pericoloso.
Sì. Vorrei allargare un attimo il campo a un altro paese di cui oggi, come dire, abbiamo tutti grande cognizione, la Cina. Hai avuto grandi esperienze e grandi successi in Russia, grandi esperienze e grandi successi in America. in tutti i paesi europei. Con la Cina hai qualche...
Ho conosciuto di persona anche Xi Jinping.
Ah, ecco, vedi.
Questo è accaduto, adesso io come date, no? Comunque mi sembra un anno fa più o meno. L'ho incontrato due volte, in Italia e in Cina.
Ecco.
E anche la Cina è un altro esempio di un paese, non è un paese la Cina, è un universo, è un pianeta sterminato in cui culture, lingue, insomma c'è una enorme varietà di tutto questo, e capire la Cina fino in fondo, questo è ancora più complicato che capire la Russia, secondo me.
Per noi...
Anche perché leggere Tolstoi alla fine è molto più semplice per noi europei, per noi italiani,
certo,
che non andarsi a leggere Lao Tse o Confucio, che comunque sono ancora tra le cose più comprensibili.
Eh sì. Questo, come dire, rappresenta un'ulteriore conferma, se ce ne fosse stato bisogno, dell'appartenenza comune dell'Europa e della Russia a una cultura unica, che poi è stata espansa fino all'Oceano Pacifico attraverso la Federazione Russa, fino alle Americhe attraverso i paesi dell'Europa occidentale che li hanno colonizzati. Però oggi c'è un po' una tendenza, anche forse un desiderio da parte di certi ambienti della comunicazione o di certi ambienti politici a marcare delle divisioni. Noi, l'Europa è una cosa, la Russia è un'altra cosa. In realtà questo non è vero. La sua cultura, la sua letteratura, la sua musica lo dimostrano, è tutta un'unica famiglia.
Ovviamente ciascuno di noi è un universo a sé stante, no? Quindi le differenze, ci saranno sempre differenze tra popolo e popolo, così come ci sono tra individuo e individuo. Ma oggi quello che viene definito il discusso, il problema della globalizzazione, non è un fenomeno che si potesse evitare. Oggi, tanto più con l'avvento dei mezzi di comunicazione, la globalizzazione è un fenomeno inarrestabile. Noi dovremmo fare i conti con questa cosa e trarre da questo aspetto tutti i vantaggi possibili.
Trarre il bene possibile, assolutamente vero. Ecco, a proposito di bene, abbiamo iniziato questa nostra chiacchierata parlando del ruolo della cultura anche nella soluzione dei problemi, non soltanto nell'allietare o nel far riflettere, ma talvolta anche nel superare situazioni difficili o nel portare un aiuto a coloro che ne hanno bisogno. Di questo tu ti occupi non soltanto come artista, ma anche attraverso una fondazione che con tua moglie Veronica avete creato.
Nell'arco del primo decennio di questo millennio mi sono accorto che i problemi economici soprattutto non erano più relegati dietro lo schermo della televisione o sui giornali, ma cominciavano a bussare alla porta di ciascuno di noi. E allora mi sono detto che avrei dovuto, mi sono sentito il dovere di fare qualcosa. Però da soli si può molto, se da soli si può molto, in tanti si può molto di più. Se ci si mette insieme e si ha un obiettivo comune, si può veramente raggiungere vette altissime. Allora ho pensato di uno strumento come la fondazione, perché la fondazione può unire tante menti, tanti cuori, tante possibilità, ed effettivamente in breve tempo abbiamo costruito delle cose. Soprattutto abbiamo costruito scuole in Haiti dove tanti bambini non soltanto imparano a leggere e a scrivere e a far di conto, ma vivono perché possono mangiare. Sono bambini, molti di loro, che sarebbero destinati alla morte per fame. E poi la stessa cosa abbiamo fatto in Italia dopo il terremoto, sia quello in Emilia Romagna che quello nelle Marche. Perché costruire scuole significa costruire speranza. Non penso che ci possa essere speranza senza una cultura profonda.
Assolutamente.
Non è sufficiente, ma è condizione sine qua non.
Anche perché senza la scuola non c'è futuro, quindi neanche qualcosa in cui veramente...
Ma perché attraverso la cultura si può fare anche il male, no? Perché sia il male che il bene necessitano di capacità, cultura, conoscenza. Però il bene sta al male come il costruire sta a distruggere. E noi sappiamo che è molto più facile distruggere che costruire, no? Però sappiamo al tempo stesso che se questo mondo oggi è ancora in piedi, ciò è la dimostrazione pratica che il bene è infinitamente superiore al male, altrimenti il mondo oggi sarebbe già finito in una bolla di sapone, sarebbe scoppiato. Basti pensare alla quantità di armi nucleari che ci sono al mondo, sparse in tutto il mondo ormai, no? Se il mondo è ancora in piedi, e lasciatemi dire che a dispetto di tutti i problemi che noi conosciamo, il mondo di oggi è assai migliore di quello di secoli fa, allora vuol dire che il bene è infinitamente superiore al male. Questo ci deve rassicurare e deve farci nutrire speranza.
E ci motiva. Io ti ringrazio tantissimo. Un'ultima domanda, sia come eventualmente fondazione, ma anche come artista. La pandemia è una realtà attuale, speriamo di uscirne presto. Quali progetti per il futuro?
Io penso che non sia saggio fare progetti per il futuro, perché come si fa? Oggi, se c'è una cosa che è venuta meno, è la certezza. Non c'è mai stata certezza nel futuro, neanche prima della pandemia, ma oggi ancora meno. Quindi bisogna imparare a navigare a vista, come facevano i naviganti di una volta, quando non avevano ancora la bussola. Bisogna tornare a imparare a navigare a vista, ma farlo con un sano ottimismo.
Ecco, allora noi con tutti, diciamo, coloro che ci hanno ascoltato, che sono stati con noi da Mosca e dai vari posti da dove si sono collegati, condividiamo questo ottimismo, ti auguriamo ogni bene e ti ringraziamo ancora per essere stato con noi oggi.
Io ringrazio, vi ringrazio e vi chiedo anche scusa per il tempo che vi ho rubato.
Grazie molte. Всем спасибо, всего самого доброго.
Спасибо и sì, спасибо.
изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
В Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации проходит Гайдаровский форум, который в начале года традиционно задает вектор общественной и научной дискуссии. Здесь собираются известные эксперты, представители органов власти, общественные и политические деятели, предприниматели из разных стран мира. Гайдаровский форум открывает обсуждение деловой повестки на ближайший год. Для гостей из-за рубежа форум выступает важным источником информации о главных тенденциях социально-экономического и политического развития, состоянии бизнес-среды и инвестиционного климата России. В ходе открытых и плодотворных дискуссий участники форума смогут обменяться положительным опытом и лучшими мировыми практиками, предложить конструктивные подходы к решению приоритетных ключевых задач, стоящих перед Россией и миром на старте нового года, нового десятилетия. Ключевая тема форума этого года – Россия и мир после пандемии. Какие уроки мы извлекли с 2020 года, что нас ждет после пандемии и как мы можем подготовиться к этим изменениям? Станет ли дистанционная занятость будущей моделью рынка труда? Как ограничения и принятые в условиях пандемии законы повлияют на права и свободы граждан? кто является реальным бенефициаром пандемии в долгосрочной перспективе, а также глобальные вызовы десятилетия и национальные приоритеты России. Эти и многие другие вопросы будут обсуждаться экспертами форума. Смотрите прямые трансляции 14 и 15 января. Россия и мир после пандемии. Гайдаровский форум. Не пропустите.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it's yet another session at the Gaidar Forum, and we will be talking about sustainable development in highly volatile times. In 2020, the sustainable development topic has become increasingly more important, and it is seen as very important in the agenda, in the Russian agenda, and we are looking at the relevance of sustainable development and achieving sustainable development goals in the context of our development through to 2030. Sustainable Development Agenda offers 17 sustainable development goals, which are decomposed into 169 tasks, and all these goals are supposed to be achieved simultaneously. And in doing so, we should not impact or impair the future of our future generations. My name is Anton Tsvetov, and I'm responsible for Sustainable Development Agenda in the Ministry of Economy of the Russian Federation. And our first speaker does not have to be introduced, but he's got a new position. Anatoly Chubais, special representative of the President of the Russian Federation for liaison with international organizations on sustainable development. And our second speaker today is Dmitry Zaitsev, an auditor from the Audit Chamber of the Russian Federation. A question to both of you, gentlemen. Researchers from the University of Manchester made a calculation. So from 2006 to 2018, the number of national plans drafted to achieve SDGs has increased almost twofold. It's a kind of a boom in this area. So now we have the 2030 agenda in place, SDGs in place, and it's quite a broad agenda, which can hardly be, these objectives can hardly be achieved if we don't plan properly. And we are saying that SDGs is a long-term planning tool. We have to achieve them by 2030, even though we have a shorter planning span. In Russia, we have considerable experience in this area, I mean planning. And what do you think about Russia getting back to strategic planning agenda? And do you think these SDGs can be achieved without proper planning in the long term? Mr. Chubais, the floor is yours. Thank you. I mean, if we look back into the history of our country, then we have to say that there are three stages as regards planning practices. Soviet government has cancelled private property and started to ignore interests of consumers, and they started to plan everything in the life of their citizens. So we have considerable experience in this area, but I wouldn't want to repeat this experience, and I hardly think somebody else wants to. And in 1990, we had to restore the statehood of the Russian Federation, and we had to rebuild our market economy. So from that perspective, this is the period of time which we should look at. But those were quite challenging times, very tricky times, because I remember that we faced severe opposition from our opponents, like from the Communist Party, because the Communist Party wanted to resort to strategic practices like like planning at the state level. And had we lost this battle, our country would have faced a disaster. But luckily, we won. And now there is no danger that we will be thrown back into the era when we had the strategic planning at the state level. So now we are at the third stage of applying these practices. It is pretty clear that there has to be a plan at the state level. But this plan should not be in contradiction with the principles of market economy. I think it's a very relevant thing to have in place. But a country without this vision and a country without this plan is unthinkable nowadays. I know that Ministry of Economy of the Russian Federation and the government is working on a comprehensive plan which covers a set of areas and targets linked to all areas. And this planning is not based on cancelling market economy practices. So this is proper planning. We have rejoined civilized international community. Dmitry, do you have the same feeling and the same thoughts about it? Talking about SDGs, I must say that I'm not concerned about the agenda that we currently have in place, the agenda that was prepared in relation to the governmental decree about the national or federal level objectives. When we talk about SDGs, we need to talk targets. We need to talk about targets of institutional nature. The United Nations agenda for 2030 cannot be achieved without making institutional changes in the in the state governance. These are very ambitious objectives, and this ambition is underscored by that document that you mentioned. So without efforts at the governmental level, without efforts from the public, without efforts from the business, these goals cannot be achieved. So I'm actually not concerned. I do not think that it's a throwback. I don't think that it will throw us back into the age of state planning. This is rather an ambitious strategy. An ambitious strategy that should be part of the agenda of any government. And this agenda is human-centric, and that aspect of this agenda is extremely important. Early in the 90s, we had other things on our agenda, like social issues, economic issues, and we were progressing through these issues, and we faced a lot of challenges, and we faced a lot of opposition when we had to build a number of institutions of democratic nature. Now that problem is no longer there. We have other problems to face, like protecting the environment. So the drive is not coming from the top. The drive is coming from the bottom. The drive to change things is currently coming from the people. People are becoming increasingly aware of the fact that economic growth, stable income, is not enough. This is merely not enough to ensure proper living. So people start thinking more about equality, gender equality, about environment. So I believe that this agenda is more related to building governance mechanisms on institutional level. And this is a strategic objective, the strategic objective that should be achieved by means other than used currently by other countries. I'd like to add a couple of words to what Mr. Zaitsev said. He uttered a very important word to me. He called the agenda human-centric. I like this idea. I like this notion, because I believe that a human being is the core of the entire sustainable development concept. Simply because you cannot measure everything in our world in monetary terms. We do not have large-scale poverty problem or large-scale famine problem. So we can take a broader look around ourselves, and we see that there are problems related to access to education or access to health care. There are problems and challenges that we face as regards access to drinking water. These things cannot only be measured in money, but these things are really meaningful in the context of human life. So calling this agenda human-centric is the right thing to do. And this is what makes this concept modern, and this is what makes this concept liberally oriented. Because it is only liberal ideology that puts the human being into the center of everything. Liberal-minded people tend to think about what's good for a human being, and they look at at meeting the needs of people comprehensively. Okay. Let's talk about different tools which are available for us. How do we ensure that this agenda is human-centric? How do we ensure well-being of people? It's not so much about the economic growth, and it's not so much about dollars or rubles. However, the key tool for ensuring this sustainability, the key tool in measuring all these in measuring the progress towards this objective is still money. I mean, we measure it in monetary terms, and we use monetary levers in order to push people or companies in the right way. Like, for example, we introduce carbon tax, or we give monetary benefits to those companies which observe environmental rules. So from the business perspective, this is probably the most efficient way of ensuring achievement of these SDGs. Dmitry, what do you think about it? I think it's not just about the money. Because there are... So you have an object, and this object may have a functionality. This functionality can be translated into money or monetized. What happens in other countries is this. They are trying to assess their stakeholders and players, not just from the economic angle, but they are looking at them from other angles, like environmental angle. In China, in China they invoked the notion of social capital. So you score points, or you get points through purchasing particular products, or you get extra points through observing traffic rules. And you accumulate your points, and these points become your social capital. This is another way of assessing things, of assessing the value of social interactions in this case. I don't think that we can completely drop the concept of using an equivalent to measure the SDGs or the progress in achieving them. The point is that if we don't use money, we need to use something else. And that it's a difficult thing to pick the equivalent that we should use. China is currently working on this, and they may have a controversial approach to this, but anyway, that approach is there. And I wouldn't say no to trying to measure all this progress in monetary terms. Environmental improvement, social improvement, they all could be measured with a certain degree of accuracy. They can all be measured in monetary terms, but the point here is that sustainable development goals imply use of new tools. From 1930, economists started to use GDP to benchmark countries against each other. And the economists still have not yet agreed on a metric or an indicator which they could use in order to measure the well-being in a particular country. There are different approaches, and you're all aware of these approaches. So sustainable development goals and the approach suggested by the United Nations allows us using different dimensions to measure the progress, which is a breakthrough from the statistical perspective. And that's what's good about it. Well, another point is that this effect could be or can be misused. We know that when you implement an agenda, you may try to simulate an achievement. Some countries are using their own resources. Some countries are using resources provided by international organizations. And these resources are committed to policy which not necessarily is effective. So simulation of activity also happens at this level. SDGs could be looked at from different angles. However, the key thing that we need to see is that it's a new paradigm, it's a new approach, it's a kind of a cultural shift for the mankind. It signifies a move of the entire mankind in the institutional dimension. And I think what we should try to avoid is being formal, too formal or too technical in implementing the key idea of the Sustainable Development Agenda. And the key thing here is that we need to change our approach. We have to adopt a more balanced approach. We need to listen to what people have to say. We need to look for compromising solutions. So there are lots of things that you can tweak there in that agenda in order to get the right result. Okay? Mr. Chubais, I think you asked a very relevant question. Whether the use of monetary terms is the only way to motivate, or whether commercialization is the only way to motivate the progress towards achieving SDGs. Money is one of the greatest inventions of the mankind. Money play crucial life in our life. It is the money which provides us with the leveled playing field, which makes us all equal. In 1917, the Soviet government tried to cancel money, and it drove the country into famine. In those cases, when we can use commercialization as a way to stimulate growth or stimulate movement towards SDGs, we should do this. Like for example, for 4 or 5 years, we have been debating whether we should introduce the carbon tax or whether we should try to commercialize the impact on our environment from production companies, and I think we have not taken the right position here, because EU is about to adopt the carbon tax, and Russian business will still have to pay this carbon tax, but it will be paying it not to the Russian government but to the European Union. So the Russian government has played weak in this situation. They should have introduced this tax. And yes, indeed, there are things which cannot be commercialized. And there are things which cannot be measured in monetary terms, but that does not mean that these things are no longer meaningful for us. Yes, there are objectives, and there are things which cannot be commercialized. This is why these things cannot be approached just from the standpoint of financial reporting. That's the second point. So the third point, non-monetary metrics and non-commercial motivation, it's a less accurate tool. Commercial motivation is based on the market principles, and market principles imply fairness and equality. You've just alluded to the practice to the practice that China is using in terms of calculating the social capital. Social capital is calculated by the state. A state has its own agenda and has its vested interest in this process. Of course, these non-commercial things should be measured, and right metrics need to be picked. But we need to approach this carefully, as it can backfire on us. Okay, last year, the audit chamber of the Russian Federation looked into whether Russian state governance system is ready to implement sustainable development agenda. We also looked at international experience, and we also looked at governance systems in other countries. Did you finally manage to find the right recipe, and what ingredients do you think we miss here? Well, I have to confess that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Every country will have to find this solution or develop it itself on its own. What we actually saw as a result of this analysis was this. It's a multifaceted issue. I mean, progress towards the SDGs. And it's individual. It varies from country to country. And in a lot of cases, it is being driven by the government, because we are talking about governmental institutions and interaction between these institutions.
And what we have found out right now, we're trying to fix the situation and build cooperation. Of course, we need to hear and to listen one another when we talk about executive authorities. This is something we're missing when we see some national projects and some programs which, like those silos, they have some people who manage these projects, but they do not connect, they do not communicate with one another. So there is no like balance system. So again, I think communication and cooperation would be the primary condition for successful implementation of this agenda, which we have mentioned in our report. We've also studied some strategic documents here in Russia, and we have found out that, yes, this agenda, especially lately, has been incorporated in different documents, but at the same time, if you type something in the document, yes, it's a step one, it's an important step, but it's not enough. You do have to build communication between the government, businesses, and general population. And I think that in this regard, it's a bottom-up approach, which we began doing in our country when the civil society is being very proactive, and like Anatoly has been saying about that, non-financial reporting, little by little is being more present in our lives. And this is important because, again, when you do IPO, when you now go to international markets, you have to provide, you have to answer questions like what have you done for the ESG, ecological questions, social issues, and so forth. It's going to come to us, going to be imposed unless we'll do it in our country. And we are doing just that, and it has been the outcome of our work. We've seen that both business community and civil community have been very proactive in terms of implementing this sustainable development agenda. Again, I believe that one good outcome of our work would be that we've been working with the government, with the ministries, and with yourselves. And this report, which has been submitted in the UN, it was an interim report about Russia and about the SDGs attainment in Russia. It was a co-product because we've done our own report and we've shown it on the international arena, which has been quite important as an element. Thank you. Anton, if I can mention a couple of words. You can consider me a novice in this theme, but having looked at this common picture, I would like to share my impressions as the new person in this topic. Well, the very fact that we have the first voluntary country-wide report, it's a big step. Ministry of Economic Development has been in the center of these efforts, and Russian Statistics Agency has been doing. And I think the result is great. It's number one. Number two, The Accounts Chamber has been serving as an auditor, and their perspective is also important because they provide independent review of this report. It's a public document, and the Chamber of Accounts did not try to cook their books, and they've been very objectively studying this report and gave their independent review. And step number 3. Like you've been checked, let's say, by the Chamber of Accounts, it's a soft check. But we also have another independent report by the civil society. I do not know those people who have been drafting it, but it was quite a big and solid and balanced document. Maybe not it was fully and deeply professional, but still it was like a 3D picture that you see. You have a public report, you have the Chamber of Accounts report, and you have the report by the civil society, which says, no, I do not fully agree with this, and I have a totally different opinion about particular piece of legislation. And I think this kind of three-part approach is quite balanced. We've come to this international arena and to the UN. I think it's a good start. It's a good start, and lately, in the last couple of months, we've made some very important decisions in this field, which have been approved by the government and by the president himself. So, using 2020 as a platform, we have to continue and to step up our efforts. I'm going to take my moderator's hat for just a second and say that what has been happening in Russia in this late year is building this very community of different stakeholders which begin to stay in touch with one another. And like it has been mentioned about the business community, what we are seeing in our work, that the global companies and big companies, they know best. They know best how to take these trends and how to put them into reality. We have built a council, which we're going to use, and hopefully the first session will happen very soon. And I want to hear some Russian companies working on international markets who will give us a feedback in terms of what do we have to do with all these trends in the next 10 years, especially riding on the wave of actualizing this topic and trying to overcome the consequences of the pandemic. I have yet another question for Anatoly Chubais, but prior to that, I would like to go back to this issue about the planned economy or planning and the market. Can we assert that the SDGs, this attempt to make SDGs a center and to put the ESG on the same footing, on the same level with the economic growth and monetary profit, can we say that this could be a response to so-called market fundamentalism? Can we say that these are the new non-market driven management techniques, and how can it be connected and related to those new trends as countries are recovering from the initial shocks of COVID-19, and the role of governments is quite strong. I mean, the role of government government expenses and those concerns about the increasing role of the government. Can we say that SDGs by UN would be a non-market tool? Anatoly. I think we come here to a very big topic, which also has some very big applied meaning and fundamental meaning. Professionals know the classic book written by Milton Friedman about 50 years ago. And it's quite a simple book in its form. But this book kicked off the discussion about whether the non-economic goals something which would contradict to the conventional economic ideas and concepts or not. This discussion is far from over. The Chicago University has done quite an interesting discussion of this topic on a fundamental level with many Nobel Prize winners. And we continue this conversation. I can say that that I know it all. I know all the answers to your question. And I'm only making my own first steps in this topic and trying to understand what's going on. But my impression is that it is not a contradiction. It's an about upgrade, I believe. that to be able to see it as a contradiction between non-economic goals and the market economy would be a fundamental mistake. And I think we have to integrate the two and to build a public administration, like we were saying in the beginning of our conversation, assuming that the market laws are foundation. It's a foundation. It's a basis. At the same time, we have to understand there is a market value, there is a market flops, and there are some issues which market cannot solve. You've mentioned about the GDP. And index of happiness seems to be a popular thing, and many other indicators. But I believe that sustainable development goals are exactly the attempt to give you a holistic answer to the questions of what should be the top goals for any country. Of course, you will always pursue economic goals, but you should also go beyond purely economic goals. So SDG, sustainable development, it is not a contradiction. It is not some kind of just one alternative, but this is simply a more modern, more advanced and deeper understanding of what the private property and the market and the national and global economy should be and how we should move into this 21st century. So I cannot give you like a full answer. Thank you, Anatoly. And as we finalize, I would like to make a blitz question. Sometimes they say that SDG is about everything. They encompass everything. In your opinion, what is missing in SDG? Maybe one goal, maybe some additional tool or anything. If you could add anything to the SDGs, what would you add? What would you add? I think I have two statements. I would not add anything because these goals are many as it is, and against the backdrop of pandemic, they've become even harder to attain. So at least we have to focus on the existing goals. But on the human level, I'm missing, culturological aspect, which would relate to arts and proliferating all the beautiful things which we create as humans, because there are a lot of ecological, social, and economic problems in the SDGs, but culture reflected in literally a couple of lines, and that's it. I think it's incorrect. But another dangerous is about formulating this statement, again, to avoid this kind of determinism and making it just hot air. Anatoly, Dmitry, I really like this statement about the culture, and I understand why he's speaking about that. I feel strong about that. But one of the fundamental principle of the SDGs is for them to be interconnected. You can't add anything, you cannot subtract anything from the SDGs. My answer would be more practical, like what should it mean for our country? You've been saying that we've provided the very first report, global report, we're going to provide some more. But even within the existing goals, we have a lot of challenges as it is as now. We do not have any integrated planning system with certain indicators, which would be viable indicators. We do not know what kind of goals will be for 2030 for the SDGs. And the concept has been first established by the President Yeltsin in 1996. But we cannot continue with it. It's obviously that we have to evolve it. We have to improve the situation. And at this stage for our country, even knowing that possibly we will have to do some kind of upgrades, let us work with the existing goals and let us work on the certain goals and objectives and build the monitoring system which we are lacking, as it was pinpointed by the Chamber of Accounts. Anatoly, Dmitry, thank you very much for this very lively and interesting discussion about the important principles, and not only principles but also about actions which we can begin to implement. We have a long way to go, and I believe that we'll continue this conversation into the future, and at least at the next Gaidar Forum, and sooner would be better. Thank you.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
В Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации проходит Гайдаровский форум, который в начале года традиционно задает вектор общественной и научной дискуссии. Здесь собираются известные эксперты, представители органов власти, общественные и политические деятели, предприниматели из разных стран мира. Гайдаровский форум открывает обсуждение деловой повестки на ближайший год. Для гостей из-за рубежа форум выступает важным источником информации о главных тенденциях социально-экономического и политического развития, состоянии бизнес-среды и инвестиционного климата России. В ходе открытых и плодотворных дискуссий участники форума смогут обменяться положительным опытом и лучшими мировыми практиками, предложить конструктивные подходы к решению приоритетных ключевых задач, стоящих перед Россией и миром на старте нового года, нового десятилетия. Ключевая тема форума этого года – «Россия и мир после пандемии». Какие уроки мы извлекли с 2020 года? Что нас ждет после пандемии и как мы можем подготовиться к этим изменениям? Станет ли дистанционная занятость будущей моделью рынка труда? Как ограничения и принятые в условиях пандемии законы повлияют на права и свободы граждан? кто является реальным бенефициаром пандемии в долгосрочной перспективе, а также глобальные вызовы десятилетия и национальные приоритеты России. Эти и многие другие вопросы будут обсуждаться экспертами форума. Смотрите прямые трансляции 14 и 15 января. Россия и мир после пандемии. Гайдаровский форум. Не пропустите.
Hello, everyone. Thank you
Добрый день
for
всем.
joining us
Огромное спасибо за то,
for
что
this session on the populist moment. My name is Greg Yudin. I'm a professor at the Moscow School of Social and Economic Sciences, and I'm also heading the Center for Research in Contemporary Politics at the Russian Presidential Academy of National Economy and Public Administration, the institution that obviously holds the Gaidar Forum for many years already. And our today's discussion addresses one of the topics in contemporary politics that keeps catching a lot of attention in many parts of the world. The populist movement in liberal democracies has probably started 10 or 15 years ago and caused a lot of shock and astonishment among analysts and the large audience alike. Probably not so much among the political theorists. For some of them have been seeing it coming for quite a while. Still, at that point, many speakers believed it to be a short-lived exception to the politics as usual. But now, as we are in 2021, the electoral successes of populists are, I think, no longer so surprising for us. However, we still fear, and this fear and uncertainty about what this populist wave means for politics and democracy, it remains. For instance, in Russia, there were a couple of reports over the past 3 or 4 years arguing that the most significant threat to the stability of the current political regime comes from the populist tendencies inside the society. Well, is populism actually a threat or perhaps an opportunity? And this is the question that I would like to address today. And we have two very distinguished scholars to discuss it. Let me introduce them. Pierre Rosanvallon has been holding the chair in modern and contemporary political history at Collège de France for many years until 2018, and during this period he has contributed significantly to our understanding of historical roots of democracy and of the way democracy operates today. I will only mention his famous Counter-Democracy from 2006 and The Good Government from 2015. And also probably his Utopian Capitalism from 1979, which sadly remains the only book translated into Russian so far. His most recent book is called The Century of Populism. It was out just last year at Edition Seuil. And of course, it deals directly with our subject. And thank you very much for joining us, Pierre. And our second guest is Nadia Urbinati, who is also certainly among the most prominent theorists of democracy. She's a Kyriakos Tsakopoulos Professor of Political Theory at Columbia University in New York, and she has authored several very important books on democracy and representation, including Representative Democracy, Principles and Genealogy from 2006, and Democracy Disfigured, Opinion, Truth and the People, 2014. And the latter book is fortunately available, and I should say extensively read in Russian. And in 2019, a study has also resulted in a book on populism as well, called Me the People, How Populism Transforms Democracy. And it's a pleasure to have you here, at least virtually. Nadia, thank you for joining. So we have with us today two leading thinkers of contemporary democracy, and I would like to ask them to comment on this pressing issue that probably grew even more pressing after the events on the Capitol Hill that we witnessed just a week ago. How should we approach populism? Does it threaten to infect politics with unabashed violence? Or is it a natural reaction to the dysfunctions of liberal political systems, a symptom of transformation that should be probably embraced? And since both of your books deal with the origins of populism, the other question would be, why should we look into the past? And how does the history of populism affect our understanding of how to deal with it? And finally, what should we do about it? What is the pragmatic way to deal with populism so as to make democracy benefit from this populist moment? Those are the questions that I shall ask each of you to address in your open statements. And after these two statements, I will ask you to react to each other's talks a little bit. And finally, I will bring my own questions. Pierre, I suggest you to start. The floor is yours. Thanks again for being with us. It's a great honor for us.
Thank you for your invitation. It's also a pleasure to have this discussion with Nadia. And I would like to start. The problem, if you consider populism, before saying if it is a threat or an opportunity, we have to define populism, because populism is one word for so many different realities, so many different people, how to deal with a word, including at the same time Trump and Chavez, Jean-Luc Mélenchon and Marine Le Pen, Viktor Orban and Duterte in Filipinas. And also there are so many different traditions coming with populism. For instance, in the US, populism in the recent populism, not the 19th century populism, but today's populism is very, very strongly connected with religious movement, much more with social movement. When in Latin America, populism was related to social movement very clearly. And in some cases, it was left-wing movement. And in other cases, in Western Europe mainly, populism comes from extreme right movement. Because for a very long time, we had not the word populism in Europe. The word populism has been used for only, let's say, 10 years from now. Before, we spoke of extreme wing movement in the Netherlands, in France, in Germany, in Italy. And today we have one word with so many definitions, possible definition, with so many different leaders. I think that those differences are coming from the history of each populism in every country. But if we look at a populist government, we see that in fact there are many common elements. And I would defend the idea that populism is probably a weak word, but that we have at the same time very strong elements of a common political theory. What are those common elements that makes populism not only, let's say, an atmosphere, but populism has a very strong and articulated political proposition? I think that to understand populism, we have to start that populism comes from the defects of democracy. Populism has an history related to the inachievements of democracy in terms of sovereignty, in terms of representation, in terms of government. And how could we define populism as a political proposition, populism as a very strong and articulated political ideology? I will say that there are 5 elements. The first element is a certain theory of democracy. Democracy has 2 very different definitions. You can define democracy from a procedural point of view. Democracy as a regime of legitimation of the power through elections. But there are also larger definitions of democracy. Democracy as a rule of law. Democracy also as the independence of the judiciary. Democracy also as elements of independent authorities. And from this point of view, there is a very strong view on democracy from the populist point of view. Populism defines democracy only from the electoral point of view, and not from a definition including the rule of law, the independence of the judiciary, complete freedom of the press, and this distinction between electoral democracy and I would say broad democracy is something very essential, because populism has to be understood within the field of democracy. It's not only a threat, it's a certain kind of definition of democracy. And from this point of view, I consider that the definition of populism as illiberal democracy is not really a good definition, because illiberal, certainly populism is illiberal everywhere, but in different conditions. But populism defends the point of view that liberal democracy is a problematic democracy, that liberal democracy is not true democracy. So to criticize populism from the point of view of its illiberalism is not a good way to proceed. We must consider populism as a certain kind of definition of democracy, and to criticize populism from the point of view of what democracy should be. And for instance, liberalism is not a supplement to democracy. If we should speak of liberalism in terms of freedom of the press, for instance, it's not something added to a democracy. It's not a supplement of democracy. It's an element of democracy, because freedom of the press is something including the possibility to have a free deliberation, and that democracy is also deliberation. And it's not only the legitimation through the election. So discussing populism, we have this third element, a certain kind of definition of democracy. And if we want to discuss populism, we have to discuss populism within a theory of democracy. The second element of populism is a definition of the people. Who is the people? The people is the center of democracy, but it's very difficult to define who is the people. Is the people only the voters? Is the people the present people, or also the future generation? Is the people every individual within the city, whatever may be his age? And from this point of view, there is a very specific definition of the people for populist leaders. They consider the people with a moral dimension. The people is not only the population to them. The people is the real people. And the real people, according to that definition, are the people following their view and their politics. And this moral consideration of the people makes apparently clear the definition of the people. When the problem of democracy is to know permanently who is really the people and how to represent a people that is not clearly defined. In the time of the French Revolution, it was easy to define the people because it was an archaic society with all orders, with corporation. So when Mirabeau said a good representation is to organize a kind of smaller nation as a parliament, a smaller nation as a parliament, it was easy to represent it because you have the corporation, you have the villages, you have the orders. But today, when the people is a very large population, unorganized in some way, inorganic, you have to build the people. And not only to consider the people as something given and something that you define yourself from the point of view of, let's say, a moral definition. Because at the end, populism always makes a difference between real people and fake people, good people and bad people. And it's the reason why a lot of populist regimes, they consider they can exert some coercion towards what they call bad people. And at the end, it means that society is divided between friends and enemies. At the end, populism follows a kind of Schmittian line with his moral definition of the people. The third element of populism, I think, is also an element of, we could say, a certain conception of the economy. Populism wants a democracy that regains some kind of power to the people, to regain a positive definition of sovereignty. And most of the populist regime consider that with an open market, with globalization, there is a kind of decline of politics. And if we want to return to a more democratic regime, we have to regain sovereignty. And how to regain sovereignty? By a protectionist measure. To populist regime, democracy is an element of politics. If you want to have a more democratic regime, you have to have a room for your action more open. And to have a room for your action, you have to close your borders. And it's the reason why, from Trump to many other regimes, all of them, they have been regimes in favor of protectionism. Protectionism not as an economic device, but as a political device. The fourth element of populism, I would say, is a relation to emotions. We see in our society today that societies are not only governed by interest, that societies are also governed by emotions, by passions. And populist regimes have very well understood this point of view. And the best proof is when you look at in the US, all the electors of Trump, they are part of them at least, they are relatively deprived people, or even not completely poor people. But they vote for rich people. Why? Because to them the economic question is secondary. Is second to elements of a religious vision, visions concerning social values, concerning sexual preferences, concerning a lot of elements that are not elements belonging to the social vision of social classes, let's say. Populism is not based on social classes, but on a kind of emotions that are beyond the separation between social classes. And there is a last element defining populism, that is a specific relation to a leader. The leader, the role of democracy is to build a kind of representative government. That means the people could exist through representatives. But this kind of representation is always something difficult to organize. And populism say we have an answer to this definition, to this lacking definition of representation. And our definition is incarnation. A populist leader doesn't need an assembly, doesn't need a parliament. He is himself. He embodied in some way. He is the incarnation of the people. One of the first definitions of his vision of incarnation was, of course, comes from the time of royalty, when the king or the queen was the embodiment of the nation. And today, in some ways, somebody like Trump says, well, I am your real representative, much more than representative in the parliament. And those elements, you can see most of them, you can see that there are, in whatever may be the huge differences between populist movements and populist regimes, those five elements that are present in every case. One last element, I say, regards the evolutions of regimes. We have not only to consider the basis, the basic foundation, but also the evolution of those regimes, and most of them have one point in common, in that they want to go beyond the limits of political terms. In Latin America, in many cases, you had some specific votes to make possible to remain into power for a very long time. It was also, I think, a recent discussion in Russia. And the recent event in the US, when Trump said, yes, you steal the election, he tried in some way to go beyond the limit of his term, to continue to be a president on a longer term than what was normally given by the Constitution. This element of making the power irreversible is something also very important to different populist regimes. That is one of the points I could underline just to start the discussion with Nadia.
Thank you so much, Pierre. That's a very good start, and I think a lot of points raised to address. Now I will turn to Nadia and ask her to present her view on those issues, or maybe neighboring issues.
Okay, thank you, Greg, and everybody, and Pierre for this introduction, which is practically overlapping with what I also argue in my book and articles. So I practically the 6 points or the 6 elements Pierre Rosanvallon proposed just now are all of them part of the broad definition of the populist moment in relation to contemporary democracy. In my presentation, I would like to focus essentially on populism in the way in which populism uses and transforms and reshuffles somehow the procedures and institutions of constitutional representative democracy. So, first point, populism is not new and is connected to the very development of democracy. So somehow there are different moments of populism because there have been different moments in the evolution of the regime we call it today democracy, which was a long story, as Rosanvallon has showed in his previous books, and has to do with the evolution of the electorate from a small to an inclusive large population of electors. It has to do with the evolution of parties, which were initially in 19th century definitely only parliamentary parties, to become then organized party in the society, mass parties or the sorts. It was a change in the way of applying on organizing democracy within the institutions in relation to separation between political decision-making institutions from other non-electorally legitimate institutions that makes decision very important in domains that wants to be neutral and autonomous from the political sphere, which is an object of contestation in populism very much, which is a process, in this case, a process of hyper-politicization of all the domains and aspects of political decision-making inside of the state. So democracy in this case means really total politicization of the entire issues and problems and decision internally to a democracy. Now, what is new today is that not only populism is no longer the the specific phenomenon connected to Latin America, which was the founding land of populism. We may refer to Perón as the coiner of many terminology used within populism today, even incarnation, which is an expression used many times. Even the idea of direct representation, which is an expression he used in the 40s and the 50s. So the question is that today, Latin America is everywhere, somehow, we may say so. And this is the reason why we should study this phenomenon. Another important question to be considered is that, and this is relative to Europe, is that in Europe in particular, populism emerged along with the stabilization or the expansion, in fact, of the European Union. The first important book that we recollect concerning populism in Europe is this collection of essays by Yves Meny, which the date is 2000, and it was a very interesting book because, contrary to previous books or studies in which Europe was practically absent, in the big conference, important international conference organized by Berlin and Hofstetter in the London School in 1967, practically Europe was absent. Europe was history, was Russia in the 19th century, was some form of quasi-fascism at the beginning of the 20th century, and then Europe disappeared. And the same of America disappeared after the movement of the People's Party of the late 19th century. But in 2000, instead, in this important collection of essays by Meny and Sorel, populism is everywhere in Europe. Still there was populism in 2000. In relation to what? In relation to erosion of sovereignty by nation states, and the expansion of a bureaucratic European Union. Somehow, in Europe, populism was connected to sovereignty, indeed, as an attempt to achieve or reclaim sovereignty against an entity, supranational entity, which was not truly political, not truly democratic, but certainly capable of conditioning the decision-making at the democratic national level. So 2000, according to them, was an important turning point. Why? And I like to start from here. It was also an important starting point because it was connected to, and is connected today to, a transformation internal to representative democracy. I don't know how this transformation is going to develop in the future. Pierre Zavalon spoke as the last element, this evolution of regime. Also, representative government, representative democracy is an evolution regime. And this evolution brought us, before populism became so prominent, to a version of democracy, or constitutional democracy, that was based on pluriparty, different political parties, and the concept, the application and conception of representation that was based on parties that was kind of intermediation between the citizens and the states, and none of them claiming to speak in the name of the people. No parties in a party democracy speaks in the name of the people. So they presume that the people is made of a plurality of interests, of a plurality of loyalties also, of a plurality of parties. What populism does is precisely to criticize this fragmentation of the people into plurality, And one of the arguments made by Laclau was precisely that this pluriparty strategy is a way of weakening the people instead of giving the people more power. Thus, populists today, with also the crisis of parties, I don't like this word crisis, but transformation of parties from organized parties into only institutional parties. Now today we have parties inside of parliaments and the governments and institutions, but no longer as organized parties, capable of articulating narratives, participations in citizens, and so on and so forth. They are simply instruments for selecting political officials and representatives. Now, exactly for this reason, the division of parties, the articulation of many parties is felt by populists and populist leaders as a way of weakening the people. So the attack or the criticism against party pluralism. Thirdly, another important aspect to be considered in this new populism, the populism of today, after 2000, 21st century populism, if you want to say so, is the attempt to constitutionalize itself. So it is as if the populist leader of the populist movement, the populist interpretation of the people, represent an ambition of not simply being one majority among others, but be in fact the true majority, the truly legitimate majority, to the point that the populists in power, they tend to, when they can, to constitutionalize their own majority. Sometimes this is tragic as the outcome, like in many Latin American countries. I don't know how the solution would, the evolution of this would come in Hungary or in other nations. But in any case, there is an attempt to present the populist people as the good one, to be constitutionalized, to be given itself is formal normative justification and structure. This is very important. It means that populism doesn't present itself as one mode of being of democracy, but as the mode of being of democracy in a situation in which there is a kind of assault on the people's power by fragmenting these people's power through parties and many interests. So unification of the people, constitutionalization of that kind of people, and thus this brings to a transformation of the way of interpreting the main, the basic of constitutional representative democracy. First of all, election. I totally agree with Piero Zavallone. Elections is an important element, not direct democracy. It is a form of representative government. Populism is actually competition over the true representation of the people. And elections is a way of tasting, conquering, showing the power of the winner populist. So, but how elections are interpreted? They are interpreted not so much as the rule of the game, as a procedure, but they are interpreted as a revelation of the majority that is always already there. When Trump made his inaugural speech in 2017, he was adamant in saying that, yes, before today, before us, other majorities came to govern, other presidents came and they were elected, like in a legitimate way does, but this majority and this electoral majority is different from the previous one, because in this case it's not the election conquered by or won by a party, but is election won by the people. So election makes the function of showing what is already there. It's not a procedure. It is a testimony of an essential existence of a reality that is there, and to that reality, the other important element, to that reality, the leader gives his mark. So Ernesto Laclau wrote that the populism cannot exist without the figure of a leader, and in fact, it takes the face and the name of the leader. We name populist movements and populist governments with their leaders. Trumpism, Peronism, and Urbanism, and so on and so forth. So this is important because it means that populism is a construction of the people by a leader or by a movement in the name of which the people is reclaimed against the plurality of parties that fragment the people itself. So election as acclamation of the leader, a la Schmidt, representation as embodiment or incarnation, thus without any problem of accountability. You cannot have an accountability argument when you assume that representation is embodiment, because what connects the people with the leader is faith and full adhesion without any distance that implies or allows for accountability. The populist leader is not an object or a subject of accountability. It is what it is and must be an object of faith and unification. So this is very important because it changes the character of democracy, of representative democracy, with this directness, with this direct relation between the people and its leader, without intermediation, without infrastructures in the between. So this is very important because it changes the way in which popular representation operates and is. Because it's true that the embodiment in the king, the embodiment, even the president of our republic in Italy is the embodiment of the nation, but it is an embodiment as a symbolic with no power of decision making, so-called, in the of lawmaking in this case. But in the case of the embodiment that the populist leader proposes itself with, it is the people itself that make his own decisions through him. So finally, then, I would like to come to an end with this. The idea of democracy that this populist trajectory brings about, it is an idea of democracy in which the people, that part of the people that a leader represents against another, because it's true that there is always the definition of the people in relation to or against another part that is not declared a people, is a kind of dualism very known within the Republican tradition, the few and the many, and so on and so forth. So, but in any case, it is in making this unification of the people and the claim of the people and representing the people, what is important to consider in all this is that democracy is reinterpreted in a very partial, militantly partial way. Democracy is the majority and the power of the majority. And the majority is the good one because we see and we saw that is represented by the people in his own symbolic leader. And thus, what we call institutional impartiality or the rule of law or the distance between political decision and the institutional frame that the political decisions are included into is blurred. Decisions and institutions are ones. So I would say that democracy is, in this case, an interpretation of possession of power, possessions of the institutions for making the power of those who are in power, which are the good democratic empowerment, though the only actually legitimate people to present itself as a people. So strong partiality and in fact a way of inserting inside of the logic of democracy an element of possessiveness. That kind of distance that institutions and representation wanted to maintain and to preserve here is no longer, ideally no longer in place. Now, is this a form of democracy or not? Of course it is. I agree with fully with Pierre Zamballon. It is a possible evolution of democracy, and I also agree with him in questioning the liberal democracy ideology, because it's a very problematic, to say the least, interpretation, as if liberty were on the side of liberalism and democracy meant only kratos and power and majority, whereas we know that in order to create a majority you need an opposition, and democracy is a form of political freedom to compete, to claim and disclaim, to oppose and propose. You need liberty of the press, liberty of association in order to practice democracy. So that liberal/democracy doesn't help us. Populism is part of the interpretation of democracy, but not so much in relation to this liberal/democracy, in relation to the people, in relation to election, in relation to majority, in relation to representation. That is, in relation to the four pillars upon which modern democracy rely upon. And we can, and I finish here, we can figure out whether these changes or transformation in the rendering of these pillars of the four foundations of democracy, if this political or populist transformation is going to stay, is the sign of important transformations, and eventually what to do. So, but this is another moment of our discussion, perhaps.
Thank you so much, Nadia. A wonderful exposition, a lot of important topics. Now I'd like to ask Pierre to react briefly to Nadia's comments. Probably you would like to address the issue of elections, because you've written so much on the history of elections and how democracy got electoralized. And now it seems as if elections take a somewhat ambivalent place in democracy, because on the one hand we would like them to stay, but on the other hand we can see how the elections, as Nadia pointed out, can be kidnapped or hijacked by the populists, with this electoralist view of democracy behind the populist project. Pierre, please.
Yes, I just could make three very brief comments on Nadia. The first, she is very right saying that in Europe, in Western Europe, the critique of European institutions has been central in the development of populism. That's very clear, because the election, the Maastricht moment, and also the moment of the election for the European Constitution there have been two key moments in the structuration of populism in Europe that is very clear. And she's right to emphasize the fact that Europe was seen not as an opportunity, but as a danger for sovereignty. That's very clear. But I would add just one thing, that the problem of identity was also central. Europe was related to sovereignty, but also to a lack of identity, with politics of immigration that were very open. And the second key element of populism in the development of Europe has been sovereignty against European institutions, and has been also a vision of social identity against immigration.
Yeah.
And the fight against immigration has been the second element in the development of populism. Concerning the relation between the transformation of democracy and populism. I think she's right to say that is a central element. But we could make it very clear, saying that political parties, when they developed in the end of the 19th century and in the first part, at least, of the 20th century, political parties were representing social groups and also some social cultures. In Europe, you had two kinds of political parties. Political parties based on religion. It was a case in Italy, for instance. It was a case in Netherlands. It was a case in Belgium. You had Christian parties or Catholic parties or Protestant parties. You had laïc parties and religious parties. And on the other hand, you had also class parties, parties representing social classes. But the transformation of society has made that the separation and the identity of social classes has become weaker. And I think the destruction of the system of political parties not only comes from mechanical elements, but it comes from the transformation of society itself. Society was no longer organized along the lines of social classes, or at least there are always some distinctions, some inequalities, of course, huge inequalities, but it's not the definition of social classes as group with a kind of cultural coherence also. When you were a member of a communist party, it was a social culture. It was at the same time a way of life. It was a group of association. It was you belong to a kind of living bodies. And that is the destruction of those elements of organization of societies through the political parties that explains the void. And populism proposed to answer to this kind of void. I would make a third, a very brief historical comment. Yes, populism has always been present in the sense that the elements of populism that we both try to develop, they have been present at some moments. Of course, there is a Latin American moment, but if you consider the French history, when you, for instance, even Napoleon the Great, he started with an election. And he started with an election. And Napoleon III, the nephew, he also started with an election. And he asked the people, do you want me as an emperor? And so, does it mean that empire is a democracy? Because he asked the people to say, do you like the empire? Do you want me as an emperor? As I said, yes. So if democracy is only defined through election, yes, the Second Empire in France was a democracy. And he had also a very interesting definition of democracy, of the freedom of the press, for instance. And I think that Orban has some way the same word than had Napoleon III. Napoleon III said, well, what is a newspaper? A newspaper, it tries to play a role on the public sphere. But who elected the journalist? And Napoleon III, he said, I have been elected by millions of people. But what is a newspaper? He said, a newspaper is an addition of talent and of capital. And so it's private interest. And when I suppress the freedom of the press, it's really democratic, because I want the power to the elected people. And the newspaper are unelected institutions. And you see this kind of elements we have in the history of democracies. We have elements showing that in some way the question of elements of populism has been present since the beginning, I could say. But the specificity of the present moment is that all those elements makes a clear system. Before, you had separated elements concerning representation, as Nadia showed, concerning embodiment, concerning the vision of independent institution. All those elements have existed in separate way. But today, they all have made of it a very strong and coherent system. That is what is new in the history of democracy. You had spare elements of populism existing since the beginning, but today they are a coherent and very developed system.
Thank you, Pierre. Nadia, I would like also to ask you maybe to react briefly to what Pierre has said, but also add an important question, because this forum has a subtitle, Russia and the World After the Pandemic. And I know you had an article recently in the Foreign Affairs discussing populism and the pandemic, because there are many people who claim that probably this is the final hour of the populism, when now we finally need the expertise that will probably end the populist wave. While some others think that maybe the imminent recession will open new opportunities for populists. So I would also like you to address this pandemic issue in the context of populism.
So before going there, I would like to continue or to make a specification concerning election, because Pierre mentioned the two Napoleons, and we can also mention Mussolini. But election is not a plebiscite. So a plebiscite, when in particular is a plebiscite that is promoted by the leader who wants to taste and to have the support of the people. This is not a referendum in this case, but a real plebiscite for me or not, and it's not the same perhaps of election. Election, at least as we are familiar with both in our constitutions and in our practices, they presume not to talk to the people and ask the people, tell us if you want A or B. It is a way of constructing alternatives or different options inside of the campaigns, and by canvassing, by constructing movements, and so on and so forth. So I would put populism on the side of plebiscite more than election. Also because election is more than a procedure for them, or so-called rule of the game. For them is really a way of tasting their strength, exactly like a plebiscitarist or a leader seeking for a plebiscite would do. Now, concerning also something important, like also to add on parties, and then I'll come back on parties. You are right, of course, that parties have been connected to social interest, culture, ideologies. You cannot invent parties, because parties are useful to have a good representative democracy. If a society is no longer capable of promoting those kind of parties, something it reveals that something changed. And indeed, the question of today, why is such a kind of perfect tempest, as Rosamond says, is a system. Everything coalesces together. All things they coalesce together. They create a new things. It's not simply one or the others or some, but all together. Why so? Presumably because of this great disaggregation of the public, or because the people is, in some sense, the public, always in the position of judging, or like in a Colosseum, say yes and no, in a plebiscitary situation, without more parties organizing them. Parties are no longer there. The people is a disaggregated entities that can be courted by leader. If this is the case, and this is the question I like to pose also to Pierre, if this is the case, that parties were peculiar to a time in which now is no longer that similar time, then populism is here to stay. Populism is connected to a disaggregate large body of electorate that doesn't have any more internal structuring subdivision. So if this is the case, how can a people so disaggregated have a voice, a representative voice, without either one leader or a fight among plebiscitary leaders? So the question I would like to ask him, is this a time, a post-party democracy time, a time for a plebiscitary democracy or a populist democracy? Question to him. I'm very curious because for me it is a puzzle. As for the COVID, I have doubts that COVID can neutralize populism because it made a large presence of expertise and competence, thus deflating the partisan animosity that is peculiar to populism. I don't think so. Also because this COVID showed that even the experts are caught in the game of opinion. Since there is no, for a long period of time, for several months, the question of populism of COVID was a trial and error issue for many experts too. What is expertise in the dealing with this issue is an open question, and thus no expertise outside of the opinion-making climate. And moreover, many of them, at least in my country, but I can see that this is also happening in other countries, many of them, they participate in the game of opinion formations, one against the other one with different opinions. So in this case, populism doesn't, is not to suffer because of these expertise. And as for the outcome, the crisis of economic crisis, unemployment, the condition of poverty, in effect, they will show even more the misery of party politics and the misery of that important possibilities that would be a kind of social democratic strong hypothesis of interventions and solutions to social problems that I don't see them, at least not in Europe now. And in this case, who will be capable of giving a voice to dissatisfactions, to social distress? Perhaps populism is going to give this voice once again to those who are in despair or in suffering. So I don't think that COVID, both for expertise and after COVID solution, would take a populism away or deflate its power.
Thank you, Nadia. Pierre, we have just actually very little time left.
Just one word.
There was time for a last short statement on your expectations.
Yes, just one word to say that I do agree with Nadia, just to say that we are with us populism for a very long time. And we have to face populism for a very long time. Why? Because we can't return to the old organization of political parties.
Exactly.
We can't return to it. But we have to think, to rethink politics, not only through institutions, but through functionalities, political functionalities. How to reorganize social voice, how to reorganize deliberation, how to organize not only the voice of the people, but also the eye of the people. And I think it's through a redefinition of political functionalities that we have to restart, and not only returning to classical political parties. And so it's a very serious and very strong challenge, because it's not only two competing models. I think there should be at the end two competing models. But the problem is also that in many cases, at the end, the populisms turn to authoritarianism. And so that the possibility to criticize populism in some cases becomes even impossible. So it's the reason why it's very urgent, this kind of redefinition of democratic political functionalities. And in this direction, but there is a huge work to do.
Well, thank you so much. I like the way we finish it with presenting a challenge that probably has to be tackled. Many thanks to both of you for participating. I really hope to have you in Moscow someday physically for a longer and even more productive discussion. And thanks to all of those who've been watching us for this session. Nadia Urbinati, Piero Delavallo, thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye,
Bye.
thank you too.
Goodbye.